chaos controls my true identity, the power that is me. We all danced in fire, trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman's watching. We all danced in fire, looking through the screen. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman watches. With the rules in the fight, electric lines, change surroundings, drawing history. A treasure disappears as she goes. Miss her as you look away, and no one knows. This power is a key. This power changes me. We all danced in fire, trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman's watching. We all danced in fire, looking through the screen. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman watches. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. You didn't know, now I'm gonna show you the power that is me. You try to take me down, stop the show. Seems you never tasted fear or loss of control. The power lives in me. The power that is me. We all danced in fire, trapped in this machine. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman's watching. We all danced in fire, looking through the screen. Don't know how long we waited, as the Eggman watches. As the Eggman watches. The shadow of myself, just who am I? Scan horizons.
Sure.
Okay.
That's,
You guys ready?
yeah, I'm ready.
You sure?
Yep.
Oh boy. What is up, everybody? Happy Dogwave. I don't know where Temp is. I haven't heard a peep out of him
I'm
in
an
like
idiot.
forever. Are you an idiot? Oh, there he is. Yeah, I haven't heard him
Oh,
on
there
that
you-
chat.
I was muted.
Oh,
I was gonna say we were gonna have to look for you. Call the SPCA.
the what?
The SPCA.
What's that?
Are they the people that handle like missing animals and shit?
Oh, but hi, chat. How we doing? It's
Something like that.
Dogwave.
They're the animal feds. That's all I know.
Mm.
It is
Chat, I'm
Dogwave
work
without the
on-
echo.
Yes. I'm gonna work on a new layout specifically for Dogwave.
Yep.
Just because
And we're
I'm-
working on getting a logo done too.
I have better delay than temp. Well, chat, I have some fun news for you.
Tempest
I've
Chip
been
will find him.
I decided to turn down my delay to 3 seconds instead of 5. And for those that are wondering, I have a delay on my streams specifically so that the internet has a chance to catch up with me because of where I live.
Yep.
So that's the only reason why it exists.
And I did want to bring it up. I know some of you heard the new intro song. I've been using the Warframe 1999 song for a hot minute now
I was curious, why have
Is
you been
that-
using that one?
because
Isn't
it was
that the
good.
one with 9 Inch Nails?
No,
No,
Was
that one will
that-
get you claimed.
it is done
that's fair.
specifically in house by Digital Extremes.
Yeah, so they don't care if you play it.
Oh,
Um,
nice. That's cool.
But the song I played tonight was actually a cover of this machine from Sonic Heroes.
Oh, nice.
So you're playing Sonic music now, so you're still playing with the devil on getting claimed.
Okay. I actually spent over an hour trying to figure out if I could use this guy's cover music. And there was nothing saying I couldn't, but nothing saying I could, except on the video where it said reuse allowed. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll go to Amazon because I couldn't just download it. I'll go to Amazon, I'll buy the song because it's just $1.
Uh-huh.
And we'll see. If stream's fine, stream's fine. Stream's not, stream's not. At least that way I know.
We're going to
and-
see if you get claimed after this.
Well, Sega also doesn't tend to care either.
Doesn't tend
Really?
to.
It very rarely do they
always.
ever claim your stuff. Like when you see people play music in the background of the stream, it is very commonly Mario or Sonic music.
Huh.
Yeah, the only time Mario music gets claimed is when a rapper is using the song
Yep.
as a...
As a beat.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
No, it does happen quite often. It's quite crazy,
Mhm.
honestly.
Sonic is done far less, probably because I'm guessing that a lot of their music is actually outsourced.
Okay.
Because the lead guitarist, I think his name is Jun Sonoy,
Yeah, I love him.
Um,
He's great.
is great. He does a lot of the music, for different bands for the franchise, just to kind of keep it the same feel there.
Oh,
But he just he was part of Crush 40, who did a lot of the music from the 2000s era Sonic.
Yep.
I think he worked with Michael Jackson on the Sonic 3 music.
oh
That's right,
shit,
'cause
really?
Michael Jackson
Yeah.
was in that.
And his music is just kind of all there. So when people mentioned someone's music in Sonic, it's always Jun Sonoy's.
Yes, typically, yeah. I need to go sacrifice some more people. I just drank all the blood of my enemies, and
But-
I shouldn't have done that.
But yeah, chat. Tonight I'm gonna let you all know our docket is not big, but we have a massive topic.
We have one big topic, and that's it.
Yep.
I mean, we don't have to. We don't really need to start immediately with that.
No, we don't.
I want to try and get into this thing where we talk about our weeks first.
Oh, I completely agree.
That sometimes works better as well. So well,
We can-
Temp, I know what your week was mostly involved.
I know your week is mostly involving too.
Me.
For context for Razor, Akko came and visited starting last Saturday.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
So Dogwave last week had a massive echo. We did Repo on Wednesday, which also had an echo. So we barely streamed. Well,
That's understandable.
But the purpose of it was to work on Akko's teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And while Akko is here, I have decided to make the swap over. The femboy is leaving.
Oh, you're hanging up the programmer socks?
Not necessarily, but probably.
He's copying me.
I'm
basically.
doing the Babaniku thing. After the whole
I see, I see.
after the femboy drama, before Akko visited, it was even chat was like, "Hey, Temp, stop being a femboy."
They took another femboy from us. You're right. They did take another femboy. Temp trooned out.
To be fair, okay, I was talking
It's
with
a
a few
joke.
people, and they're like, and Akko knows how I occasionally say things in the manner I don't intend for that to come out. It just comes out that
Uh-huh.
way. And I was talking to someone in DMs, and I've mentioned a lot of this stuff, and they're like, "You know how that sounds, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do."
Yeah.
That wasn't intentional.
About it.
Considering
Oh,
your chest is
goodness
larger
me.
than normal, I don't think you're a femboy. No. I made the adjustments to the model to do that.
Oh, did you already make the model adjustments now?
If you look at my, I showed you it, didn't I?
Yeah, but I wasn't quite sure if you were.
Yeah, no, that's already on stream.
Oh, it's already already doing it.
The dog has big titty
Okay.
now,
As big as he can
Interesting.
go.
big as it
You know,
can
it's
go.
funny.
thing.
Considering how much my chat likes to redeem the female model from my streams, I'm surprised they haven't requested I change over to being a Babaniku.
I know there's a lot more of them, but I don't know. I kind of took the.
Someone, please don't make your entire personality. Oh, thank you for the raid, Avenge. If you do it, please do not make your entire personality. Hey guys, did you know I'm a man?
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no.
I know one person like that, where all their personality is just saying, "Hey guys, don't forget, I'm a man," and I'm just like,
Mhm.
I stopped paying attention to them. I was just like, broski, that is so fucking annoying. Like, I don't care that you're a man. Make good content with your female model with giant titties.
I'm used to Temp's mascot, so no drastic shift there. Fair.
So, like my friend Grizz. Gotcha. Which I feel like you would like Grizz. I feel like you would get along with him very well. He's a tactical VTuber like myself, but he's a Babaniku.
Mm-hmm.
He streamed as a bear girl with massive tits.
Does he tell everybody all the time that he's a dude?
No. You
Good.
can tell by his voice he's a dude.
Yeah, I just
Oh,
get
yeah,
bored when
Akko.
that's all that people do. Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I fucking spoke too soon. They just redeemed the female model.
Your link to my channel leads to an error 404. Chat, if you want to follow me, here's the links. And I actually want to make it really clear, chat. We are now 10 subs away from 500, which means in 10 subs, we'll be playing Resident Evil 7.
And Temp will be forced to play horror game. Granted, I don't think he'll care that much. I think he'll be okay with that.
You know, I skipped Resident Evil 7 because I didn't like the whole, like, redneck
Thank you for
fucking
follow.
theme of 7.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, there's another cave over here.
Also, the fucking old guy with the glasses reminds me too much of my manager from my last job, and I fucking hated that place.
Fair. I'm awful with horror, so, like, I think the horror I've played the most of is, like, not counting, like, a little bit of Phasmo, Dead by Daylight, Repo, but, like, the Resident Evil 2 remake just a little bit, the original Dead Space a little bit.
I actually met Leon from the remake of 2 and 4.
Mm-hmm. Akko has reverse problem. Sounds like a woman despite announcing they're a dude on the regular. Well, I don't try and tell everybody I'm a dude on the regular. It just so happens that people are like, are you actually a woman? Is like, no.
10 subs for Temp to experience the average Louisiana family.
Yeah, Jack.
I need to play Signalis. Oh,
Signalis is actually really good.
Which
It's
one's that
like it kind of gives Ghost in the Shell vibes. It's like a cyberpunk.
Oh, it's
Thank you for the
this
five.
one.
PS1 style kind of
Yeah, redeem.
game.
Yeah.
Well
It
redeemed.
has elements of Resident Evil in it.
So I was actually thinking, like, because I'm planning to play RE7. That's probably going to be in July. I'm fairly certain.
So
But I'm
my
actually.
chat says you need to play Labyrinth of the Demon King instead.
Sounds.
I mean,
Have you
Temp,
never
if
heard
you
of
ever
it
want,
before?
we could always play Phasmo. They just did a big
Oh,
update.
here it is. Mm, eh.
Nah.
Well, I'm looking at Labyrinth of the Demon King. It is on Steam.
Is it good?
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
It definitely looks like an old like PS2, like PS1, maybe PS2 game.
Yeah.
But it just came out last month.
Do we know what Saba has decided to call her viewers? Not yet. I know that there's probably one name that will get chosen, and it will upset the entire universe once she does it.
What is that?
What's
Connie
that?
crew, because Connie is the Japanese
Oh.
word for crab.
Yeah, people are gonna hate. Well, sorry, the leftoids are gonna hate that.
No, it's not just leftoids that are gonna hate it, but it's funny, is what it is.
Oh, it is.
Ooh, Blood Extractor 2. I'll take that.
Temp should play Phasmophobia. It's really. I've played Phasmophobia. We did it on stream. The last time we did it on stream actually was with the old model. Like because for those who don't know, I actually have tried streaming twice in the past before this like long streak I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, why is Fugitech not working?
And during that time,
When was the last time you relogged into it?
Oh, that might be it. Let me
Yeah.
You gotta redo it like once a month or some shit.
Crablets would have been funny.
Crablets would have been fine.
Hardline
But no, I
Christians
think
will hate that name
Connie
too.
crew
Yeah.
is gonna win. And I think again, it's only gonna win because everybody's gonna make it fun.
Ryder Holes, welcome to the channel.
Connie
I don't
Crew
really- I'm not really
sounds
interested.
like.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't really like. I already had the lolly discussion in my last stream, and if people are interested in my talks about that, it's at the last like 10 minutes. But I don't really care to have it now because we already had it. But all I'm gonna say is like, I don't care, and I think people that care are kind of like looking for something to be upset about.
I have heard Crow Country's really good.
Fuck. I'm gonna die.
Crow Country is. I know Mizu played it. It's in the same vein of like classic Resident Evil or classic Silent Hill. It's a very short game, but I've heard it's very good.
Yeah, the reactives still aren't coming up. What in the fuck?
I'm sorry, chat. Lucky's the out. Temp became woke, and now he's transitioning from a cute dog boy to a proud, independent black dog woman. Oh,
Black dog woman.
Oh no.
You know what? We're just gonna.
Sounds about right.
And chat, I will admit, I have shown Akko and a couple other people a concept for because I'm actually in the process of working on the dog design. Finally.
Hallelujah.
So maybe by the end of the year, we'll start seeing maybe hints of a proper model. Maybe.
I would say the concept looks pretty good. So
yeah, I think so too. I need to do some coloration. I need to maybe consider doing like maybe some fun flary kind of stuff, like kind of like on your other model, like the pins. I'm not saying I'm not the pins, but like that.
You gonna steal my idea?
Not necessarily that, but sure, let's go with that.
Do you want? I'm gonna see if I can leave the call and then re-enter.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you know what it might be? He doesn't have permission to have the call. That might be why.
Yeah, you know what? That could do it. But yeah, chat. So we have some stuff.
We do.
It's not a whole lot.
Like you said, we only have one.
Yeah. It's like a lot of minor stuff. and then one big thing. And the big thing will take up the most of tonight.
There we go.
Hmm.
Let's see.
You might not have access because you need to have the ability to enter this chat natively in order for it to work. I think.
Oh, is that why?
It might be.
Okay.
It might be.
Well, then I'll just put a PNG up for the two of you.
Do you want me to send you my stuff?
If you'd like.
Here.
Yeah, that way just chat knows who's talking.
As Ted was saying, we really have one thing tonight. Something that I wasn't expecting to really talk about quite so soon.
No, we're not.
But-
Yeah, we're not going to do that so soon. We can kind of briefly go over the other stuff first to get that out of the way, and then
Mhm.
go from there.
What I was going to say is I wasn't quite expecting to talk about the subject of today, which is pirate software. Jason Thorhall. Wasn't expecting to do it quite as soon.
No. Yeah, no. There you go,
I
Razor.
thought he would be here's the thing about Jason. Pirate software. I thought he would be more resilient to bullshit than to allow a whole bunch of random internet people to push him and poke him to the point where he decides to speak. I've been completely wrong. I've just been blown out of the water with how wrong I've been. He is just willing to get down in the mud with people immediately, I guess. And it's kind of surprised me. Also disappointed me quite a bit. My personal opinion. Don't know really what to expect about it.
Mm.
I guess just him continuing to be stupid, you know. But I don't know. It's quite disappointing. But it's only disappointing until you learn that the guy's kind of a fraud. And not actually like as big of a deal as he likes to portray himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So, but he's very thin-skinned. That's one way of putting it, yeah. Very one quick way of putting it.
Signalis is Yuri, so I'm not going to like it. It would just irritate me while playing, knowing it is. Okay, I'm gonna maybe have a hot take. While I personally am not like, I'm very old school in my beliefs, but Yuri can be hot. Just in this case of it's hot.
I mean, yeah.
Like,
I
I
have no objection to it.
like, do I morally agree with it? No. But do I enjoy it because it's hot? Yes.
It's a very man thing to say.
Yeah, and
You know, it's funny. I had to explain to my mom what a fujoshi is, and she's like, "What's that?" I said, "It's basically the female equivalent of two guys going, 'Oh yeah,' when two lesbians kiss."
oh, yeah.
Pretty much.
Occo and ex Blizzard dev is still a Blizzard dev. Oh, that's a super chat. Sorry.
Thank you for the 2 Canadian. You are right, but by the same token, I just feel like I don't know. It gets very disappointing to see individuals who you would think is worth more.
Mm-hmm.
And Mizu, I think talked about it the other day, where he said that there are individuals where they are complete frauds, and they've always been complete frauds, and their whole facade is easily shattered when the wrong thing happens. However, you don't exactly see that unless you are the expert in something that you yourself see the wrong thing that they say. And Mizu was telling me about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he told me how he realized that Pirate Software was wrong about something. and that being piracy, I think is what he told. Not piracy, cheating in MMOs. And he's like, well, I feel like Thor is just wrong about this, and it's just like, I can agree. I can agree to disagree or agree with Mizu. I think that his opinion was pretty decent, and he realized after that point, he's just like, if Thor is wrong about this one thing, what the fuck else has he been wrong about? You know what I mean? So I think from that point on, Mizu's just like, this guy's just wrong about everything. And I've started to see the exact same thing as well, where I'm just looking at this and I'm like,
No.
I think you're just kind of retarded.
After the
Excuse me.
DMCA situation, a few months ago, which is when the last time I actually talked about him, I went from liking him to, dude, what the hell is wrong with you?
No, I agree. I agree.
Because, like, there are valid reasons to use DMCA, and then there's that.
What he did was invalid completely, in my personal opinion. There's
No,
no
it was.
reason for him to have done that whatsoever.
Completely agreed.
So wait, Pirate Software was DMCAing somebody?
Yes. The very, very brief recap on that. There was a guy who made a video game. In fact, I did tell him I would play that video game when we are streaming tonight. So I'm going to pull it up when we talk about Thor in the main topic. But Thor DMCA'd a guy for using a clip of his voice during the Roach Out segment. If you remember the Roach Out segment.
I'm going to be honest with you. So the Pirate Software perspective, the whole stop killing games. The only thing I know recently is just from him being actively against the movement and misleading his viewers with it and misrepresenting the whole thing. I've seen maybe one or two videos of harmful opinions recently covering it.
Okay.
And then the main thing I focused on is like Scott Ross's perspective.
Yeah.
Of the whole thing as well.
So you don't know very much about him or his bad takes in general?
Well, I know about his one bad take on Stop Killing Games, but I didn't know about the other drama he's involved. I thought that was just the only controversy he had.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. Yeah, so he's gotten into a lot of controversies. The one that really convinced me that he really doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about is, again, the guy named...
I mean, that's like that with a lot of YouTubers, though.
This is true. There's a guy named Private Parts. He's actually in chat right now, who is making a video game. It's actually out on Steam right now. In fact, here, what I'll do, I will pull it up on Steam for you guys here. Idle Streaming Bonanza. It's $5 on Steam. I actually bought it the other day. Good game. Here, let me... It's a silly little streaming... Again, it's just a silly little... It's a silly little, idle sim game where all you do is you are... Here, let me see if I can find a good picture of this. Thank you for the 5, by the way. I appreciate that. I'm going to turn down the music a little bit. I agree. He has become very... Well, here's the problem. Become implies that he was unfragile in the first place. I think he's always been like this. It's just up until now, his personality has been... Thank you for the 10. He's just been able to mask it up until now.
Yeah, exactly. He kept this side of him hidden. Here's a... What's a really good way to explain it? You know, I'm going to use the Emperor, like Star Wars, as a great example. To everyone in the outside galaxy who don't know him, he's actually pretty decent. Because he keeps up the facade. But when you start going behind the curtain, he's an absolute shitheel.
I see.
I can agree with that. Yeah, I can agree with that. I agree with that. Here, give me one moment to finish kind of sharing this
Which,
game
you
on
know,
Steam here.
fits politicians in general.
So, this is Idle Stream Bonanza. Again, it's a cute little $5 game. I don't know the entire story behind it, but I believe that the guy just decided to start doing silly little memes against other creators. There's a bunch of different creators you can do. One of them is XQC. I think another one is Pokimane. I think there's Tim the Tap Man and what's
Oh God, Pokemon.
yeah, it's just a bunch of little memes, and it's just jokes about creators and some of their what is it called? Some of their silly moments on stream, you know. And in my personal opinion, it is extremely harmless because it's just like the best thing about a creator is for somebody to make fun of you. In my personal opinion, like I expect that if I ever get any form of notoriety that could even scratch the surface of these people, I know that people will make fun of me. And I'd say this is probably one of the best ways to be made fun of, in my personal opinion. I hope a song gets added. Well, you can ask the guy who's programming it. He's in chat right now. Who he's thinking about adding. That'd be a funny one. But one of the ones he added, I don't know if he has a screenshot of it. Here it is. One of the ones he added was Pirate Software, but he didn't actually add Pirate Software. He added a cockroach with a wizard hat on.
Oh yeah, okay. Now I know about this. Yes.
And he used a voice clip from Pirate Software. Pirate Software saw that. Now here's the thing. He didn't actually put it in the game. He put the voice clip in a dev build that was not released to the public. This is what's really important. It's not even in a public release of the game. Okay?
Yep.
Which means that the only way that you can like access it is if you are the developer yourself. And Jason should know that because he himself is a very illustrious game developer. But he saw this post on Reddit where where the guy was showcasing this build, saying, "Hey, I put this in my build. I'm thinking about adding this to the game. What do you guys think?" And then Jason was like, "Oh, we're gonna DMCA strike this guy. That's illegal. You can't do that." And it's just like, okay, here's the thing. You can't do that. That's illegal. Because it wasn't even in a public release of the game that I believe at the time only had like a very brief demo. You couldn't even buy the whole game yet. Okay, so it was a very brief demo that was open to the public, and that wasn't even that didn't even include the whole thing in it. It just included like some of the other people that he had already added.
Mm-hmm.
And Pirate Software decided to DMCA something off of Steam that wasn't public yet, that didn't have a public release yet. And he did this because the guy he claimed to be his lawyer, because he claimed he's like, "Oh, I know a copyright attorney," or some shit like that. The guy he claimed to be his massive lawyer that he was going to use to sue the game dev into the dirt was actually like a solicitor from the UK. He wasn't even an American.
Why the hell would you get a UK lawyer to handle a dispute with somebody in the US?
Well, the funny thing is that the UK lawyer didn't even know what he was talking about. He was wrong. Because like Jason the entire time was just like, "Oh, we're gonna sue this guy. We're gonna take care of him because he's doing this incorrectly. He's breaking the law. He's going against my copyright, all that kind of shit." And it's just like, that's not what it was. It wasn't as whatsoever. It wasn't public. You had no way to access it. If I remember correctly, all it was a voice clip that was in a video on a product that had not even gone to Steam for a review.
Yep.
And so what ended up happening is because Jason DMCA'd his Steam page, the entire Steam page was completely like taken down. And it was, I believe, recently that he was able to get it to come back up, period. And so all this time, he's not able to put up this game or release this game. And it's only been like very recently that he's been like, "Oh, this has been released. I can finally upload." So yeah, it's really bad, really, really, really bad. And it's out of all of the controversies that he's been in, that's the one that he will avoid like the plague, in my personal opinion. I have not seen him talk about it ever since the initial stream of it, because I think deep down, he knows in his heart of hearts that he fucked up royally, in my personal opinion, and that if he brings it up, people are gonna like make fun of him for improperly DMC, and in my opinion, breaking the law, DMCAing somebody when it wasn't something that was accessible to the public. It wasn't something that people could get their hands on. And it was fair use in my personal opinion to have it included in the way it was. But
So Akko, I just got an interesting comment.
okay.
Seth Masamune was a part of Thor's community since a year before the blowup. Things were a lot more chill when he had 300 to 400 viewers. Some of the current behavior he's been displaying is nothing new. He used to publicly blast people on stream if they did something he didn't like on his Minecraft server. Not very professional. So this isn't new.
Right.
Fucking around on my Minecraft server. You fuck around my Minecraft server, I'm gonna ban you.
Sounded like Tony Soprano there for a second.
I mean,
I intentionally tried to make it sound like a lisp.
But say Akko is Italian.
For mankind, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that.
Oh, that was beautiful. No, but like I know that here's the thing, is like I do believe he's always been like this. I do believe he's always had a conceited ego where he has to be the center of attention to some people. The only difference is back when he was a nobody, I think it was easier for him to mask because he wasn't in the public eye. He wasn't open to public scrutiny as much as he used to be. Now that he's out in the public eye, he's out there for scrutiny, and people are looking at what he's saying and saying, you know, I don't feel like that's absolutely right. He is deciding to make more comments, deciding to get more out there, and be more pissy with what people are choosing to say. And it's leading to, in my personal opinion, him being exposed for, in my personal opinion, being kind of a fraud. Because I don't, and I'm not saying a fraud as in he hasn't earned any of the accolades that he has or anything like that. I just don't think he's as big of a deal as, I don't think he's as big of a deal, and I don't think he's actually as smart as he tries to portray himself as. And I feel like it's
a narcissist.
Yes. Oh no, it's very easy to see that this man is a narcissist. It's been a very well crafted persona that he's had for quite a long time, and now is when it is finally cracking, and it is all over, in my personal opinion, the stupidest and dumbest reasons, because all of the dramas that he has gotten himself in are very dumb, very childish. None of them are over anything like sexual. He didn't groom anybody, or people tried to accuse him of it, but he didn't groom anybody. He didn't like harm somebody sexually. He didn't do anything wrong with kids. This man is getting in trouble because he refuses to let his ego sit when somebody does something, period. It is absolutely insane to me. Exactly. When he has gotten any form of backlash, he refuses to just sit down and let it pass. Because in my personal opinion, in my absolute honest opinion, if he sat down with the... Oh, hold on. My super chat went off.
That's okay. You got to read the super berries.
No, I let it go. It's more than 10, so it reads it for me. Oh, interesting. Well, we'll have Mercenary. I'll have to see about that. I didn't know. I don't know if it actually is a Sweet Baby. That's interesting.
I do have the other game he is working on in our docket.
You have what?
The other game he is working on in our docket.
Pirate Software?
Yep.
Oh, the one that's being spam downvoted because of his involvement with it?
Yes.
Yes, we'll talk about that later as we go through this, because there's like a timeline to this, and that's like after the Stop Killing Games stuff has gone through, if that makes sense.
So I do want to ask, do we want to go over the minor stuff first or get straight into the Pirate Software stuff?
Let's go through the little stuff, and I apologize, chat. We're pausing that timeline right here. We're gonna get back to it, but like again, all of this could have been avoided if this man chose to just sit down for any amount of time and allow himself to be chastised just a little bit. And listen, here's the thing: everybody at some point is going to need to have some form of chastisement. Everybody's going to be subjected to it. That's just what happens. You are human. You are open to scrutiny. And if you're not accepting of that, then you should stop like being online in general, in my personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be my message for everybody, including Thor.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Thank you for the posture check.
From Steph again, he does stretch the truth. His time at Blizzard was QA, then worked banning accounts, worked in physical security for the government power plants. Then he did some dev work at Amazon, but doesn't have 20 plus years experience.
So he lied.
Yeah, well, I don't know if lie is the right word.
Well, I wouldn't say lie. He stretched the truth.
He's leaving out certain information.
Yeah. Am I using a
So
voice
stretching
changer?
the truth.
No, I am a dude, and this is my actual voice. If that is surprising, trust me. Everybody thinks I'm a dude or a female when I'm on the phone. I get ya. But yeah, Jason is with Ludwig. Yes, we'll get to that. We'll get to that because like if we jump through all of that stuff right now, it'll be all out of the timeline will be kind of all out, and I want to get through it like there's a progression to it basically.
Oh, sorry, Fox. Thank you for
There's a
follow.
progression to it.
So,
but yeah.
now Occo
let's
is
start
actually.
with- Go ahead.
Occo is the one who knows the most about Stop Killing Games. In fact,
Ish.
the first time I learned about it even happening was the day, it was like 3 days ago. It's when we were listening to the Asmongold one, where he was listening to Charlie, and then Charlie was listening to Ross.
Yes. So basically, from what I understand, Ross, who is the main header for the Stop Killing Games movement right now, made a video about this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. This is just basically what I remember about the timeline. And Charlie reacted to it. Okay. And Charlie, because here's the thing. Charlie, unlike a lot of other reactors, doesn't just react to anything. He will, whatever he reacts to, it's kind of a big deal. Because a lot more people kind of look at what he says and then just moves forward based off of that. And so he reacts to the Ross video, and then it reignites the Stop Killing Games discussion that stopped basically when Thor decided to stop. Because here's the thing. The timeline goes is that Stop Killing Games, the initiative begins. And the initiative, which is only in the UK, if I remember correctly.
And the EU.
Is it in the EU? Okay. So the way
It's
that it
in
goes,
both.
Okay, fair enough. The way that the initiative goes is they are trying to ask the government to force video game makers to leave video games in a playable state when the video game's end of life happens.
Mm-hmm.
And the goal is not to force video games to they're not trying to like force them to always keep a game online or to force a game to like be ready to hand over. They just want the ability for companies to hand you the code and say, go ahead, just play around with whatever.
A great
basically,
example
if I'm
of this-
understanding it correctly.
A great example is, and I actually talked to you about it while we were listening to it, where I mentioned it was like Halo LAN parties.
That is a good way of explaining it, yes. It is basically like saying you are allowed to have Halo LAN parties. Another good one is WoW. I think classic WoW.
Yeah, old classic
people
WoW
are
before
able to
Blizzard.
download
just
and
kind
have
of,
their own servers.
yeah.
It's basically you know how Minecraft you can download and do your own servers and mess around with the code and make mods and stuff. They basically want to be able to do that with every single video game, which in my personal opinion, I think that's perfectly fine. I think it should be allowed to. Now, when a game is in service and they're making money off of it, a little bit of a different story, I would say. But like, I'd say the idea of being able to go out when a game is, when they're like, we're done making money off of this game, we're done doing our stuff with this game, you can take the code, do whatever the fuck you want with it, just don't make money off of it. I think that's pretty fine. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah,
very reasonable.
I would say that's very reasonable.
The best example, I didn't even think of it. The best example of this, Toontown.
Excuse me. Yeah, Toontown's a pretty... So, for those that don't know, Toontown Online was a video game that existed back in the very early 2000s. It is a game by very, very, very classic Disney, one of the very few video games
Before
that actually,
Disney was shit.
Well, I mean, Disney was always kind of shit in the early 2000s as
Mhm.
well, but like this was one
Yeah,
of the
but I
few
mean,
games.
like, it was a tolerable shit.
Kind of. I guess
For
if you
every
wanna say.
turn, you had, like, I wouldn't say gold, I'd say silver.
I was, yeah, sure, if that's what you want to say, but like
I'm not a shill, but
no, you're good, you're good. Basically that's basically what we're talking about, because what happened is Toontown runs for a couple of years. They had all these ideas for cool expansions and shit that they were going to do, and everybody thought it was awesome, but it doesn't happen. Toontown eventually shuts down because Disney realizes that there is more stock in another game that also, funny enough, shuts down a couple of years later. That game being Club Penguin. And so Club Penguin is what they decide to hold on to, and Toontown falls by the wayside because it doesn't make them the money that they're looking for. Okay, cool. The moment that the game ends, a bunch of very devoted fans that loved Toontown decide to start a project to rebuild the game from scratch. And Toontown, what was it? Toontown Rewritten was born. Toontown Rewritten, as far as I can surmise, is the exact same game as the original. However, now they have added a bunch of nice little life changes, like being able to rebind keys and being able to have connections to Discord, or being able to start parties using websites. It's very fun, very useful stuff, and it's a lot of stuff that I think a lot of people wish they had before. But they're also adding new content. Yeah, they're also adding new content. One of their biggest update patches. Oh, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5.
you were saying?
Oh, the chat was just bringing up Dev made a decent point with Suicide Squad. I don't know what his point was, so I can't really speak to that. But basically, Toontown Rewritten is basically what I think everybody wants, where they are able to take the code of the original game, do their own thing. They don't need to make money off of it. But excuse me. They're able to take the game and do whatever they want with it. And when you have a game that's at an end of life, I think that's perfectly okay. I think that's perfectly acceptable. And I don't understand why that is like something that is upsetting. Again, back then, Jason's biggest argument was, oh, if you force game devs to do this, maybe there'll be less MMOs and more single player games. And it's just like, okay. I don't think that will necessarily happen, but okay. I'm fine with not always online video games.
Yeah, I am too.
But yeah, so that was like the old argument. The argument then gets reignited recently when Charlie decides to react to the Ross video, and that's kind of where things carry on today.
Do we know what actually started Stop Killing Games? Because coincidentally, when people started hearing about it again, was right after Nintendo's bullshit.
I don't remember. I was gonna say it was Ross that made the video.
It was
probably why.
It was definitely Ross. So here was the thing with Ross. So as someone who watches Ross on occasion, every now and then, especially with his show Ross's Game Dungeon, which I highly recommend to check out, because there's some interesting games he covers on there. Actually, some of the games I've played, I've discovered through him. Anyway, he did review of a game called The Secret World. It was an MMO.
Oh, yeah.
And halfway through the review, the servers got fucking killed.
Yeah.
So he couldn't finish it. And he said, we should make some type of initiative against this shit. To just, allow third party, like fans, give it over to the fans, keep the game running, just don't do it for profit. Which I think was a fair fucking thing to ask for.
It is extremely fair. If you want people to be happy with purchasing, because here's the thing, we're approaching the point where video games, I mean, like, it's kind of been the point for a while, but video games don't belong to people, unfortunately. you get the ability to access the video game for as long as the company chooses to give it to you.
Yep.
And when the company is like, we're done giving it to you, they're just going to retract it. And then the money and the time and the energy that you put into the video game no longer exists. And the only like proof that you will have that this game was something that you enjoyed is if you take screenshots or videos or whatever. And that's not really what people want. You know, humans like to show off their achievements. And it's just like, I don't think there's anything wrong necessarily with saying leave the game in a state where people can pick it up. And if they are smart enough, they will be able to do things on their own. I don't feel like there's an issue with that. I don't think that's a
No,
problem whatsoever.
and honestly, here's the way I see it. If you buy a product, you should be able to keep the fucking product.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the fact, if you're buying a product and then they fucking take it out of your library, that's fucking theft.
And well, here's the thing too, is that Valve for so long there was like, hey, you know, this game's going away, but if you buy it now, it stays in your library forever. And they still say that occasionally. It's just now is down to, oh, will the developer remove it?
A developer or publisher, either way, because it could be either or.
Well, because
right,
a
for
great
something.
example of this, of many years ago, Atari released Ghostbusters: Sanctum of Slime, which, if anyone
game.
remembers
Bad game.
the
Oh,
Angry
God,
Joe
that game is
reviews
horrible.
of that.
Was it
Oh,
bad?
God.
I thought it was good.
No, it's not.
Thinking of another
It's
one then.
horrible. I have
It's
it.
so
It's
bad.
awful.
Am I thinking of the other one, the other Ghostbusting game that was actually really good?
Yeah, you're probably thinking of that one, which
Yeah,
actually
the
that one's
over the
good.
shoulder one.
Yeah.
The over the shoulder one, yes, that one was.
That
fucking
one was
fantastic.
Because the idea of
Fantastic.
Sanctum of
Love that
Slime
one.
was like, what if Ghostbusters, but like Diablo or Magica?
Yeah,
Which,
I love that
in
one.
concept, it's actually a good idea. It's
Speaking
just
of which,
the execution was awful.
Oh, the
side
execution
note-
was bad. It was just a really bad, like, top-down shooter.
Side note, Temp, are we able to put that Ghostbusters game on emulator?
It's on Steam. What?
Is it on Steam? Oh,
Yes!
never mind. I'll just buy it. If it's on Steam, I'll just buy it then.
It's
Never
on.
mind.
It's gotta be on sale.
Never
Hold
mind.
on.
Hey, if you're all gonna do a stream, if you want someone to help you with that game, I'll fucking suffer through it with you and make fun of it.
In fact, it's $8 right now.
Okay. You know what? I might own it. I don't know.
I know
It's a
you
good
have it on
game.
Epic.
Oh, if I have it on Epic, never mind then. So fun fact, chat.
I might
I've
buy it
been,
on Steam now.
If you only tune in on Sundays, I recently, when I went to Temp's house for my vacation, I begged him to get working on ROMs so that I could use my Steam Deck for something other than just occasionally playing Balatro when I went out. And he was able to put a whole bunch of ROMs on my device. Now I have a good chunk of all the old Zelda games, a couple
Yep.
of the Sonic games, and a couple
Oh,
of the
shit,
other ones
nice.
as well.
And
I also have the original Simpsons Hit and Run on there, which I haven't been able to play for about 20 years. So I was very happy to get
and
that on there.
I also
That's
got
cool.
the Sonic Unleashed decompiled on your
Yes.
Steam Deck.
So I've been able to
Aw.
play games that I have been missing forever. I played Wind Waker for the first time in a long time the other day. I was unwilling to spend $500 to play for that on a paid subscription service on Nintendo. So I finally have been able to relive my childhood with a lot of different video games that are really good. So I'm very happy, very, very happy about that. I may eventually do some games that what is it? Mario Sunshine. I may do Mario
To
Sunshine.
be fair,
even
you
though I
technically
already
don't
own
even
it.
need that one on there because you have it on your
Yeah, but-
Switch.
Yeah, but like eventually, I just want to move away from the Switch. Period. And if I own it on the Switch, I don't feel any issues putting it on my Steam Deck.
That's fair.
Ooh.
So
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
To be fair, the
like,
version
if I've already
I
bought it, I technically already
No,
own it. So
yeah.
it's fine.
so was it Dolphin on the Steam Deck? It is using Dolphin, yes, but it's backfeeding through EmuDeck.
Yeah, I
What
think
about-
isn't Dolphin for like Wii or
Wii and
Switch
GameCube.
games? Okay.
Wii
Uh,
and GameCube.
But
yeah,
Twilight
it's
Ryujinx
Princess?
and
very iffy.
Yuzu were
I've got
Switch.
some news for you, chat. I never played Twilight Princess, so that is one I am going to be playing.
See, I have it on the Wii. If Nintendo, I don't know, wanted to re-release the HD Wind Waker and Twilight Princess on Switch, I'd buy it in a heartbeat.
On the Switch, well, here's the thing. It's to the point where it would only be the Switch 2 now.
Well, but even well, still, like if I were to ever buy a Switch 2, I'd still buy it there.
I'm still in the middle. Okay, chat. I'm very curious. You guys are down to vote. Press 1 if you either have or will buy a Switch 2, and press 2 if you don't feel like you're gonna buy a Switch 2 in a reasonable amount of time.
Same
I'm
goes
just
for
like
my
not
chat.
interested. I'm not interested in the Switch 2. I really am not. Like right now, no. Like, because here's the thing: when I came home from my mission, that's when I bought the Switch, and that was like a year after it came out. So I'm gonna wait at least a year, before I decide to invest in the Switch.
And
it's not even just
I don't
money
think
for
I'm
me.
gonna touch it at all.
Yeah, and like for me, it's not even just money. It's more just due to the fact it's just like there's nothing interesting on it right now. And my Steam Deck does a lot more for me.
I'm gonna
Sorry.
probably buy it, but I'm going to wait.
A lot of twos.
Mostly because like there are some games in there I do want. I think it is a solid system still. The problem is that it has the same problem as the PS5 now, where there's no games. Like, yes, it has Mario Kart, but I'm sorry, as good as a game as Mario Kart is as a launch title,
I like it for the fall girl.
it's
Sure.
especially after the recent update it got, it's not doing great.
What isn't?
Oh, did you not hear about the recent update Mario Kart got?
We talked about it last night on Flashcast, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
How they
So they did an update. So people were actually choosing random. Like they would have the choice of 3 maps in multiplayer. So you'd vote between them and that was it. People were choosing random because random actually had a higher percentage chance to get maps that were 3 laps. Because people were begging Nintendo, hey, we want more maps that are less drive until we get to destination, do 1 large lap, and that's it. They wanted the classic Mario Kart 3-lap stages.
Yep.
So Nintendo's response was, okay, you want more of those? They turned down the percentage chance of getting a 3-lap map down to such a low percentage chance that you basically never see them anymore.
Really?
Yes. They are actively forcing their players into the new maps and not any of the old returning ones.
Why?
Because they want people to play the new maps and not the old ones.
It's okay, but like if
Wait, what game is this?
Mario Kart World.
The new Mario Kart.
Are you fucking serious? What?
Yeah.
No. Oh, we're serious, yeah.
People were actively begging Nintendo to have more 3-lap tracks within the voting process. Because they weren't getting that, they were playing random maps, like with the random option. Nintendo saw that and went, okay, and turned down that percentage chance.
Why?
So you get them even less than you did before.
Oh, fuck Nintendo, man.
Yeah.
First off, you won't catch me dead with a fucking Switch because I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well,
like
trust Nintendo? I don't trust Nintendo. I'm sorry.
Well, that's the thing.
Well,
it's like,
I'm sorry. I don't.
That's why I was saying, like, when I buy a Switch 2, it's not going to be for a Nintendo game. It's going to be for that new FromSoft game.
Look, I'm gonna be real. I enjoy Fire Emblem. At least I enjoy the newer ones. Yeah, you can. I mean, but I respect the old ones for what they are. I know there are a lot of. Shiroi is a fucking rabid Fire Emblem fan, and she gives me shit all the time. That makes sense. That my first game in the series was Awakening, and she shits on me regularly for enjoying Awakening. But you know what? I fucking enjoy it.
To be fair, my first game was 3 Houses, and I'm still not done with it.
I'm not gonna shit on the older shit though. I mean. You know, I'm not going to shit on what came before. It's just I can't get into the older ones.
What does Switch 2 do this time? Besides the Mario Kart thing, nothing.
Pretty much.
So we have a lot of stuff to go through, so we're going to kind of rapid fire the topics. We should have done this a while ago.
Yes, it is, Chip.
No.
This is about the Stop Killing Games initiative.
So... Oh boy. Something broke. It's fine. Everything. Nope, it's fine. It's OBS not liking something. It's fine. I didn't have time to set up my React page for this. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, so this is from Genki Japan. Square Enix reportedly say they are aware of Expedition 33 and that they value turn-based RPGs.
Oh yeah, they were like, fuck. I guess we actually have to make turn-based video games now.
At the Square Enix shareholders meeting, one investor said they would like the new Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy games to be turn-based and highlighted Expedition 33's success as an example. Square Enix responded that they are aware of 33 and believe that command-based RPGs are the origin of Square Enix. They value the genre of command-based RPGs and plan to continue delivering such games in the future. Now, I would like people to remember is that Square actually does a lot of turn-based RPGs still. It's just they don't do it for Final Fantasy.
No,
They do it for other IPs.
Yep. Like
they just don't think it's interesting enough.
Yeah, like Dragon Quest has like the main lines have always been turn-based.
Yeah.
So Chip, I'm sorry, I just have to respond to this real quick. So Chip, right now the petition is mainly for Europe and UK, and I know a lot of my people are mainly Americans, so I'd post the link for the petition, but currently right now it is only for the EU.
You can try to sign it. I don't think it'll let you though.
What?
It'd be
So
funny
wait,
if
you
it
can still
could.
sign it even if you're American?
No, I'm saying I don't know if you can. It would be funny if you could though.
Oh yeah, that would be.
And sorry, I see a comment from Akko. Lamau, they are just scarily now that 14 is dying. 14 is not dying.
No, 14. Well, here's the thing. 14 is in the same spot that it was back when
In Stormblood.
Yeah, it was back when in Stormblood. They lost a lot of players because the story was subpar, which means that they gotta pick up the pace for the next game. If they don't pick up the pace for the next game, then we could probably
the CEO
talk,
has already acknowledged the game is having problems, and he has highlighted that Yoshi P is actively working on it, plus other things that he knows will help Yoshi P and his team be able to make 14 better already. The CEO
better again.
is an active 14 player. He does not want this game to die. He actively tells Yoshi P to leave him out of it because he doesn't want to know spoilers.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes. Like
That's interesting.
during FanFest, which is the Final Fantasy 14 specific convention where they do all their announcement, like major, big like expansion announcements. This was about around when the new CEO came in because the old one stepped down, and he basically said on stage to Yoshi P saying, "Hey, I trust what you're doing. Do it. You have my approval. Don't tell me. I don't want to be spoiled. Go nuts. Have fun."
Really quickly, Galileo, that's not an actual sponsorship code. That'd be funny, but I'm not actually sponsored by NordVPN. I'd be okay with that though.
I have no sponsors currently. I might actually hit up the T guy.
I think he accepts anybody, so.
Oh, really?
I think so.
So, yeah, 14 is not going anywhere. 14 is not in danger. 14 is having problems, but you know what? Always online, live service games and MMOs always have their stinkers. And you know how long it's been since 14 had a stinker? Stormblood, which was pre-2020. In fact, that was like 2017. So, you know what? I'm willing to give Square the benefit of the doubt. Because it's been almost 10 years since the last time they royally fucked up. So,
should be sponsored by Raid one day. I'd be okay with that, but.
And yeah, Final Fantasy 11 is still running. 14 is fine. Stop saying it's dying. All it needs is a fantastic drop, and you know what? If the next expansion is fantastic, guess what? The part of the reason 14 is having problems is because of the dumbasses like Grumps.
Careful. That's a loaded statement right there.
He won't shut his mouth. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wait. Who?
Grumps.
Grums.
He keeps saying.
I don't know who that is.
Oh wow. Okay.
I don't really. I'm not really into Final Fantasy. I'm gonna.
Well,
be
no.
No, he's not in Final. He's not a Final Fantasy guy.
Yeah, he's not. He's the guy that is saying, "Hey, I'm working on a game," and then never delivers updates.
I see.
Old. He's like Pirate Software. He's old Blizzard. He's actually in the same position as Pirate Software.
Interesting.
And he's been like the proprietor of like the anti-woke movement, which I agree with him on that.
Mm-hmm.
But
Grumps
whenever
used to work for, yes, him and Pirate Software both used to work for Blizzard.
I think at the same time, actually,
Maybe.
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Thank you for the follow.
I
am not. I'm one of those people that it's just like, I think some of his opinions are all right. I think that he has a lot of like I don't know if it's like trying to recapture. I don't know if cloud is the right word, but he's trying to get attention for like trying to be the guy to talk about something, and it's completely fine if like you want to talk about situations that you feel are issues with. I just have an issue with the fact that he has paid obligations that he has not fulfilled yet, which is his game, and he needs to finish it. And in my personal opinion, he's not really being paid by his sponsors who backed his game to make tweets. He's paid to make a video game.
Yep. So the reason I'm saying that he's causing problems is he's been constantly saying Final Fantasy XIV is woke because one of the new main characters is not trans, not gay, but the actor is. And because of the actor, the game is now woke.
Now we've talked about this in one of our previous streams where we had Paperback Boy on, who interviewed who knows a lot about
Karina Bettiger.
Yeah, he interviewed Karina Bettiger of SAG, and we were talking about mostly just relations with SAG because, like, we talked about how Final Fantasy XIV might have been taking some actors from there because the voice actor for Wook Lamont is a SAG individual. And we kind of posited the theory that, like, I kind of believe this, where I don't believe that they are actually, like, going to be seeking a lot of, like, talent like we saw with that expansion.
No, yeah.
And the reason why is because the person that they sent from SAG was so dog shit awful that I think that they scared Square Enix away from ever using them again.
Yeah.
In my personal opinion.
Well, when the actor's actively saying, if you don't like this song, you're racist, even though this...
Yeah.
And is actively called... So there's a
Wook
song...
Lamont was SAG? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she was.
Wook Lamont is SAG. Or at least her actor is. For context for
I'm sorry, I keep thinking you guys are saying something else when you say it so fast. But
no, you're fair. In the context for you, the song that she's talking about, which is actually called Smile, sounds like it is sung by black, like chorus, like a church singing.
It really isn't.
like a gospel choir.
Yeah, like black gospel music. It's not, but it sounds like it. And people liked it in the first instance of the song playing. But then they used it a couple other times. It's like, but why here?
Mm-hmm.
That song doesn't make sense in this scene. Why are you using it here?
And the actor got upset that people were just like being critical of it.
Yeah, and instead of being like, well, you should like this song, actively said, if you don't like this song, you're racist.
Film Actors Guild? No, it's the Screenwriters Actors Guild. But yeah, so the TLDR is I am of the opinion that they're not going to have actors like that individual again.
No.
Because that individual kind of screwed the
that
pooch, in my personal
individual
opinion, for SAG.
Actively damaged the company.
Yeah, I mean, like, SAG is already doing pretty bad as it is. Like, the irreparable damage that they did during their strike, in my personal opinion, is enough to, like, push them to not be considered by a lot of people. Because here's the thing. When it comes to Square Enix, if like, your first expansion was the expansion that you saw, they don't hire American voice actors. They hire voice actors
from Britain.
From Britain.
Yeah.
They hire, which I understand that sounds weird and wonky and scary, but their voice actors know how to shut up and actually act, as opposed to American ones,
Like,
which is kind of
Do
sad.
they? Because
Well-
I'm gonna be honest with you, I have heard some shit that some UK
There-
voice actors say. or
The ones
actors.
that have commonly been seen in projects are pretty good at keeping their
The
mouth
ones from
shut.
Square Enix specifically do know when to shut their mouths.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah,
all of the
but-
14 actors, you never hear about them in any drama.
Pretty much.
The
Math,
only
hello.
like the last time 14 specifically was in any drama is actually recently, like in the last year. And that is because, shocker, they hired a trans American actor.
Well, I mean, it's not even the fact that they're trans; it's just that how they decided to act is the problem.
Yeah.
My thing is, I don't give a shit if a voice actor or voice actress is like trans or gay or whatever, as long as they can act and they can keep their politics and shit out of
That's the thing.
their
They
role.
don't.
Then
That's
I'm
the
fine.
problem. The ones
See-
that the individual didn't. That's the actual issue.
That's the thing. Senator Breyer, the voice actor for Wook Lamont. Even if we didn't like Wook Lamont, it would have been like, okay, well, she's at least gone next expansion, most likely. Okay, fine, I'll suffer with her. And then she had to open her mouth on social media.
Pretty much.
And that was when the floodgate opened.
Excuse me.
Anyway,
I have a lot of water today.
so Genki responded saying, correction, the person that asked the question is an investment media reporter, not an investor. Note, this response does not mean the next mainline Final Fantasy will be turn-based, just that they will continue to make turn-based games like they have always and still are doing. Which is very true. It's just, now they're saying they are looking at it. So there's no guarantee that, like, Final Fantasy 17 will be turn-based. It's just, they're keeping an eye on it and seeing
Yes.
maybe.
Doku the cow on my chat just said, I'm anti-union anyways due to my experience in a union.
Same. My experience in a union has made me hostile towards unions in general.
Unions in general just fucking suck.
Well, they used to serve
I-
a purpose. They used to serve a
They
decently
used to.
well purpose. However, now most of them act like mafias.
Mhm.
Sorry if you're in a union and you like your union, but 9 out of 10 times I just feel like a union is there to screw people over.
So off the Square Enix topic, Akko, this is definitely one that you will probably enjoy. HoloLive DLC pack comes to Rift of the Necrodancer.
Okay. Now, is Rift of the
Ooh, really?
Necrodancer like a dancing game? Or
So you've played Crypt of the Necrodancer, right?
no, but I've watched you play it.
Okay, so basically the purpose of it is like you have to move to the rhythm of the song,
Yeah, that's what I figured it was.
and this is basically that, but it's kind of like Guitar Hero or Rock Band.
Yeah, okay.
So
Oh, hold on.
they partnered with HoloLive to do a DLC, and it was already pretty big because it was like they had Hoshimachi, Suisi, Marine, Hako's, Iris, and Gura.
Uh-huh.
And they actually, HoloLive specifically pointed out the Gura song is available for free.
I can understand why.
So this was actually the last time Gura was seen as Gura.
Right.
So the DLC is free, what, just because she's no longer a talent for the company?
Yes. Well, okay. So the actual pack, I believe. Let me check Steam because it's out now.
What the fuck, Discord?
The game is actually 16 on sale right now. The HoloLive music pack. Oh, it's individual songs. That's like $2 a piece. It's just the song for Gura is free.
$2 a song. Yeah, that's gotta add up, though.
Yeah, it does.
How many songs are there?
For HoloLive, 4 songs. 5 songs, sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, Bomchi. Can we get a shout out for Bomchi chat? Or mods?
I can show that off while I'm just chilling. There we go. Now people
So.
can see it.
That was for Bob Ricks, not Bomchi.
So I don't know. I just thought that was cool, especially because
It was
like
pretty decent. Yeah.
the Saba thing. So seeing Guruk pop up again here is neat.
Yeah.
Cool. Imagine Square copies Nintendo and starts suing Expedition 33 just to not have any competition. It's too late for that.
No, if they do that, they're gonna be really stupid. That'd be really
See,
retarded
the
if they
reason
did
why
that. I'm sorry.
Nintendo's in the wrong with Power World, but the reason why Nintendo can get away with it is because the game is in early access. And they thought Pocket Pair wasn't big enough. They try and go after the studio behind Clair Obscur. They will lose that fight. Easy.
Mm-hmm.
Clair Obscur is too big and way too popular. The amount of backlash, like you thought, like what we were talking about, like the Dawn Trail drama, hurt them. If they go after Clair Obscur, that will be a massive blow to their company. People will boycott them.
No, yeah, 100%. I don't think they would. I don't think they're that petty.
No, Square is stupid, not Nintendo stupid.
They're not Nintendo stupid. Yeah, they know when.
Nintendo is its
when to
own
be
special
chill,
stupid.
Yep, exactly.
pretty much.
So Mr. Beast, we talked about this on last Dogwave.
We did.
Where the AI thumbnail generator thing was a thing. Now it's not a thing.
Yeah, so I don't know if you have the website pulled open for it.
I have the Dexerto Twitter link that you post in the docket.
Okay.
Mr. Beast has fully taken down his AI thumbnail generator. Instead, he replaced it with a page where you can commission thumbnail artists.
Yeah, so you can't even get it anymore. He's completely removed it. You know, hey, fair enough. Good for him for doing that. And now you... It's one of those things where, when we talked about it last week, when I saw the whole thing, I was just like, brother, like, you should have known that people would have taken umbrage with the fact that you were doing AI art stuff. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So, I was kind of surprised that he was doing it. Not gonna lie, didn't quite know what the purpose was, but he did it. I didn't think he would fold so quickly.
To be fair, that was a lot of backlash.
Hey, Fred, how you doing?
And
it was funny, is what it was.
This happened while you were here. Toei Animation.
Oh yeah, they did. They declared their love for Pride.
They did Pride Month. Now, I actually have seen some people talk about this and say that this was actually very specifically the American Toei Animation Twitter that said this.
Okay.
Not the Japanese one. So, chalk it up to the Americans again. Or Canadians. I don't know which one here, but nothing important, just saying, hey, they did this like 2 day, like just a couple days before June ended.
Pretty much.
And I know I saw that this was talked about last night on Flashcast. The Donkey Kong.
You're talking about Yellow
sex
Flash?
toy? The Donkey Kong sex toy?
Yeah.
Wait,
So,
what?
Yeah, I don't know if you have your stream open, but Nintendo decided, in their infinite wisdom, that they
The
were
barrel
going,
thing.
Yeah, I don't understand this.
Yeah, I don't either.
Oh yeah, that does look like a fleshlight. Yeah.
To be fair, Nintendo hasn't been smart because they released a Vaporeon plushie, and then they released a Gardevoir plushie. So...
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah. They released a proper size
Banana hole?
Vaporeon plushie.
Chat.
And
no,
then
chat, no.
they released a life-size Gardevoir plushie. Those weren't used for other things.
I remember that.
So now we have the Donkey Kong sex toy.
My question is, what the fuck is it used for?
Based on the
Okay,
size
you
of that
put your
hole,
arm- okay.
you put your hand in it.
Chat. Chat. Who is going to use it for that? I am asking you right now. Who the fuck is going to use it for that specific purpose?
Did you
All
guys
right.
know about Vaporeon? Kirsha got one? Oh no!
She got one of the oh no. But Kirsha's a female. That makes no sense.
Oh shit!
Uh,
I accidentally. Oh fuck! Give me.
what did
damn
you
it.
do?
No, I forgot I was streaming Discord on my end, and I accidentally opened up a DM.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thankfully, nothing sussy.
That is good.
She got an Umbreon. Okay, that's fair. Oh, chat.
Oh, Ambron's fine.
So, because that was actually the last of our small topics, I posted about it in my Discord, but I want to show it on stream. Where is my Discord? Speaking of chat, you should join the Discord.
Hey man, join the Discord.
Join the Discord chat.
Also, chat really quickly, just because it has been enough time. I am being sponsored by Uwu Market right now. So if you want to buy merch,
congratulations.
thank you. If you want to buy merch with the Yippie's face on it, she begged to be the face of it. I had really no say in it. So if you want something with a Yippie's face on it, you can go ahead and do it. I've had some people tell me that they've already bought some shirts, some stickers. So there you go.
Well, there we go. Where? There we go.
Not running. There you go. Please run.
How do you get a Yippee, by the way? Like, how do you make that thing?
What do you mean? Like, are you asking who to commission for one?
Yeah, how do you make the little Yippee creature?
You commission somebody to make you one.
Gotcha.
So, chat, if you were to look on my screen,
Which I have open right now.
You will see Akko decided to do something for me while he was here.
I did.
And we went to a game store.
Oh, are you showing off the
little kitsune thing?
You're not showing it on my screen, so I can't see it.
Oh, here I can stream it to you.
Are you showing your face right now?
No. Of course not.
Is it a temp face reveal?
No.
Oh, you're just showing that. Okay.
Yeah. I'll take pictures of it. I will admit, I had no intentions of doing this, and then I saw it.
Yeah, I bought it for temp because I owe him money.
And it's very much like Hikari, my mascot. Just as a fox.
I don't know how to get out.
And it's adorable. Temp thigh reveal? No. No.
Be one thick thigh, I'll tell you that much, chat.
Anyway. So we do actually have I think it's time to actually properly get back to the some kill or stop killing games.
Some killing games.
Some killing games.
Some people will kill games.
Danganronpa.
What? Oh, wait. Danganronpa's gonna be killed? What?
Oh, it died years ago.
Yeah, they stopped making it a long ass time ago.
They need to keep making them. They were good games.
It's a little temp bean. It is.
It's a temp. No. It's a Atari bean.
So yeah. Do we want to watch a video first, or?
Yeah. Which video are you gonna pull up?
I'm thinking the Moist Critical one.
Yeah, pull up Moist Critical. That one works.
Here, I'm gonna move this to a different screen.
I didn't have
so I can do other things while we're watching this.
Alright, I am streaming your stream for...
What you're saying is don't show any porn on it. Understood.
Pretty much, yes. Yes, please don't do that.
Alright, let me pull up someone right here. Whoa.
You know what? based off of how he's moving his hands, I am kind of concerned right now. Might be.
Yeah, baby, I'm coming.
And here we go. All right. Thanks so much for covering SKG, Akko.
You're welcome. I like talking about Thor when he's being stupid, and this is a good example of it.
This is peak stupidity for Pirate Software.
It is, in my personal opinion, the best way to showcase that he is a fraud and he really doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. So, are you two ready?
Mm-hmm.
When you're ready, when you want to talk, you just let me know and I'll pause it.
Of course. As always.
Do you know why? Because it's been about 30 hours since I last slept, and I've done 3 different intros, all of which crash and burned, and I am off my gourd, so now I'm going wacko mode.
Oh boy.
But, even in my sleep-deprived state, I am still lucid enough to recognize how cattywampus the AAA gaming space has become. Like, the gaming industry has so many things that I have bitched and moaned about. Probably the biggest practice that I've been most vocal about, not exactly shy on, is the topic of you will own nothing and be happy. The Ubisoft motto. God rest that company's soul. What a pile of dog shit. But it's not just Ubisoft. That has become a prevalent business strategy across the gaming industry. You will own nothing. You will be happy. You're basically... You come away with the idea of ownership of whatever games you purchase. I've worn this topic out more than a fleshlight in a frat house, but it is something I am very passionate about. The gaming industry is getting away with more and more garbage where they'll take a shit in your mouth and you're expected to thank them for adding some flavor to your taste buds. It's terrible. And there is an initiative that has been aiming to fight back against a lot of these practices that I think really need some big overhaul. And it's an initiative that I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with. It's called Stop Killing Games. And I've followed it since its inception. I've talked about it on stream quite a few times, though this is my first video going over it. And I regret that now because I see it wasn't going as well as I thought it was. Admittedly, I didn't follow how successful the initiative was, only that it was aiming to do good for consumers, and that it was taking proper steps legally to get there, and it was going through all of the right channels. And now today I watched a video from the guy that's spearheading this. His name is Ross. He posted a video called The End of Stop Killing Games, where he's giving an update on where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few other
really
chances to fight back.
Okay.
One thing I suggest is after we're done, Ross did make a video where he gives updates on the Stop Killing Games. It's like an hour long. However, the first 10 minutes are really the most important because he answers questions about the movement, like as of right now. So that is something we should also bring up because he did make a video follow up to this.
All right, can you put that in the docket?
Yeah, I can't remember that guy's channel name. Hold on a moment. You back up for like 2 seconds so that he shows it.
Accursed Farms.
Accursed Farms. Thank you.
I fucking love.
All right,
Well, so you make such good content.
So for anyone new coming in, by the way, we are actually covering the Stop Killing Games now, and this will very likely be the rest of the stream. So,
yes. Remember to like the stream, chat. Like the stream and subscribe to the channel. Very much appreciated. Give me and all my co-hosts here some attention tonight.
Yeah, definitely follow Akko and Temp if you have not already on my end.
And chat, as a reminder, we are 10 subs away from playing Resident Evil 7 and hitting 500 subs. So if you could sub to the channel, that would greatly appreciate it. I would greatly appreciate it, and I thank you for the support. All right.
Where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few other chances to fight back. Now, before getting into the weeds on the topic, I want to get this in the beginning because I imagine the vast majority of people won't watch the whole thing. I'm putting a link to the full video on Stop Killing Games, as well as a link to where you'd go to help support the Stop Killing Games initiative, because there's only a little bit of time left for the most important parts of it now that it's at the end. So If you know what the movement is and want to support it but didn't know where, the resources are in the description. Or if you want to get it right from like the source, I have a link to his video. But I want to go into it myself here because it is a topic that I do feel very strong.
Can I recommend a video better explaining SKG's goals methods? It's from the YouTube channel Chris Farms. So we are going to be watching that.
Yes.
We have quite a few videos to go through tonight because we're going to be going through the SKG videos and into the why pirate software is the way he is right now. But a lot of this is going to lead from Stop Killing Games into pirate software.
Yep.
Strongly about. But for those that don't know anything about Stop Killing Games, I'm going to let him explain it in his own words, so that way you can get an actual, correct, informed explanation of what the initiative is. And the reason I say it like that, kind of like fucking all, pinky out, snooty, is because a lot of people don't even really know what this is because of people like Pirate Software completely misrepresenting what the initiative
That is like
was.
such
As a refresher,
burn
Stop
right in the
Killing
beginning.
Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
I'll pause right there. The simplest, bare bones, birthday suit, butt-ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own. I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take. Very agreeable. Now I want to quickly jump to a different spot in this video because I think it's important to have this in the beginning because it's something a lot of people have heard that comes from someone that is just wrong about it. It's the pirate software portion. Ross is addressing the video pirate software made many months ago. Ross even says that he didn't plan on doing that because he didn't want to be seen as using this for drama farming because it would start to make the movement look less of like a legitimate initiative and more of just like drama slop content type thing. But he finally starts talking about pirate software here because it's at the end of the life cycle of this initiative and it's not looking promising, so he's willing to do anything to try and set the record straight and hopefully start getting more momentum back to the movement because the damage pirate software did to it through his video was substantial.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. Ford does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore. This is what they want to change.
So pause
they
real
need to be
quickly.
specific that they're talking.
Okay.
Do you want to know what's funny? His game, Heartbound, runs off of a DRM.
Yes. That I have a lot about that in our docket. That gets wild.
His game runs off of a DRM. His game is,
and
his
he
single
actually
player video game is off of a DRM.
So he actually denied it, which not surprising. He denied it, because he responded to a review on Steam about it. He then banned the person. I don't know if he blocked him on Twitter or if he banned them from the community page on Steam for Heartbound. But people were talking about it on Twitter, and he community noted it.
Really now?
Yeah.
So he is incredibly butthurt by his people finding out there is a DRM in his game.
There is. And that is actually how you save progress, because it goes through his achievements. His achievements is how you save progress. It's really... Here is one way I'll explain it. The way that he programs his games is about on par with Yandere Simulator, or Yandev.
Oh, dear God. Mr. Cum Chalice.
Oh, I have a lot worse things I could think about him, but yes, basically. You can go ahead. Wasn't the first game he made Heartbound? I think so. I think he probably worked on a couple other games. Don't know to what capacity. But Heartbound, I believe, is his first project.
Apologies. I went to get a water while you were talking.
Lovely. Give it one moment. Super chat just came out. Wait. What? So allegedly, Pirate Software's DRM doesn't let you replay again. How the fuck does that work? This man doesn't know anything about programming, and yet he wants to say that this movement is dumb?
So,
what?
Ironically, Undertale is similar to this. Kind of.
What is?
Undertale. In Undertale's case, though, you can reset your progress. But the game calls you out for it.
Yeah, but that's because it's part of the game in order to do that. I don't know if his game specifically is like silly and cheeky like that. But like that's so bad.
Yeah.
That's so bad. Oh, I don't like that. Thank you for the super chats, by the way, Chad. Very much appreciated. Giving the Yippee a cat today.
Yeah, let me increase the size of the video.
Chat, we have some new. We have a new Yippee emote coming. Original hand-drawn Yippee emote, and it is the emote that will show you the size of the Yippee compared to me.
Interesting.
So, if you want to know the size of a Yippee compared to me, coming soon. PM.
Okay, we good to go?
Yeah.
Talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want it to be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists.
No, it wouldn't.
Instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. It's the first line on the website. Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
He didn't even get the Cliff Notes summary right. He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here. Ross is correct.
I love that.
This has nothing to do with just single-player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game. Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not, like, what the whole movement is about. And for some reason...
I will say, single-player video games, all right, single-player experiences that you lose access to if you're not online, I think that's dumb. I think that's dumb. I think that video game companies need to stop doing shit like that, because that is actively killing the want to play games that are also single player as well. I don't like games that are quote unquote always having to be online. I would appreciate it if I could play a video game for once and have it be offline. I know I'm playing a video game that is technically multiplayer, but I'll be honest, I would enjoy doing more if it was just single player. But that's just me. Regardless of the fact that video games these days are being more and more pushed, even as single-player experiences, to only be online, pisses the fuck of me out. I hate it so much.
I fucking hate it.
So, I don't know what the push is to get video games to always be online, but are we not remembering that there are people that can't afford to always be on the internet? I hate it.
Like, we are right now in a very shitty economy.
Yeah, I just don't understand what the... all over. I don't really understand what the disconnect is. Can we please have video games that aren't always online for a chance, please? Can we have, like, games that are original and maybe I'm just too blessed by playing old games again, but old games never connect. The most that you had... Like, we'll take Wind Waker, for example. In Wind Waker, you just had to have a connection cable for your Game Boy Color.
No. That was...
Was it the Game Boy Advance?
Well, it's on the Game Boy Advance. But...
No. In Wind Waker, you had to connect it if you wanted to use the Tingle tuner.
No, yeah, Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So...
I thought you were talking about...
No. I was talking about the Tingle tuner. You didn't let me finish.
To be fair, actually, and there is the Wind Waker in Japan has a exclusive game attached to it as well.
Mm-hmm. But what I was trying to say is that that is the most you had for internet connection.
Yes.
And it was optional. Thank you, chat. Yes, it was optional. You didn't actually have to do it. So I really don't like that we're being forced more and more and more. There we go. To be online for these things when it's exceedingly unnecessary. Exceedingly unnecessary. And the only reason why they do it is to get more money out of you, because all of these games, except for this one, thankfully, that I'm playing. By the way, right? By Dune, Awaken, good game. Good game. I personally really enjoy this game. I think you will too. But like, very few games are actually like that, where you can actually not have to spend all your time online, and it's very annoying. Very fucking annoying, in my personal opinion.
Well, that's also part of the problem with the Steam Deck is a great example of this. And you actually got to experience this while you were here, where if you were to open a game on your Steam Deck while you have a game open on your computer, it logs you out of one of them. Like, straight up logs you out and gives you errors.
It depends, but yeah. Anyway, you can continue.
Okay.
Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like, fixated, as if that is the actual, like, meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single-player, always online connectivity games. When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting. It is about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset.
Pause.
So, for example...
Pause.
I am.
Thank you.
Have patience, Octopus.
I mean, you are correct, chat. They really don't want you to play old games, but it's just like, I do. And you're not going to stop me from doing so. Sorry, but I am going to play them.
I mean, shit, you know what's one old game I'd like to see fucking preserved if they didn't fucking shut damn servers off for it? Star Wars Galaxies.
Technically, there are private servers.
I mean, there are, yes. But I think a lot of people who are Star Wars fans are worried about, like myself, is the assholes, the corporate assholes from Disney wanting to have their servers shut down.
Yeah.
As much as I like the Old Republic, which I'm currently playing right now, Star Wars MMO that seems to refuse to fucking die, I want to be able to play Star Wars Galaxies.
Mm-hmm. Well, ironically, Dune Awakening, people have actually compared it to Star Wars Galaxies.
Really?
Yeah.
Anyway, you may continue. That's all. I just want to let that.
I apologize for derailing that.
No,
The
you're
crew.
fine.
The crew is an example everyone is going to reference and talk about because Ubisoft is still currently in a lawsuit battling against it for what happened with this game. I've yapped about it quite a bit, so I'm not just going to regurgitate that. I'm sure a lot of you already know the story about it. But basically, you buy the crew, Ubisoft pulls the plug on the servers, you can't play the crew anymore. Now it's just an old wet dream of what once was. And
they did this to Assassin's Creed 2, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
oh, yeah.
A single-player game. You cannot play it anymore because the servers are offline. Just let that sink in, chat.
They are facing a lawsuit, and while this is in the umbrella of Stop Killing Games, it is not the only thing Stop Killing Games is referencing when it comes to this practice. Pirate Software is so hung up on it being single-player games that people lose access to, when that is a component of it, but not the entire focus.
Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No.
This part is more confusing than Finnegan's Wake, because nowhere in anything on Stop Killing Games has this even been like a talking point from anyone besides Pirate Software. I don't know where he pieced this puzzle together. Like I don't get it. Like, if I'm gonna try and like really reach here and give like a charitable explanation for this take, maybe he's extrapolating based on the idea that if publishers have to have end-of-life plans for their games, that includes MMOs, where once the game is getting sunset, you're pulling the plug on it, you would then need to turn the game over to the community in a playable state, an accessible state, like give the code to them. Thus, it'd turn it into a single-player experience, so the onus would be on the developers to rebalance their game to be a single-player experience for them?
I think he's even confusing himself.
I have no idea. That still just doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's the tree he's barking up with that thought process. I really don't know, because Stop Killing Games at no point ever says any of these multiplayer games need to be converted to single player. That really is outlandish. And the more I think about it, like, the more nonsensical it becomes, because even in Pirate Software's hypothetical fanfic there, why would the developers need to rebalance the game? They would just turn over the code to the community and just it'd be in that state. They're no longer responsible for balancing the game. That's the whole point. They're not indefinitely supporting it. They would just be responsible of leaving.
Here's a chat brought it up. Fan servers exist.
Yep.
You know, again, like
Toontown, Star Wars Galaxies, even like WoW Classic.
WoW Classic, something that he's played.
Okay, I would like to clarify. He started playing WoW Classic after Blizzard DMCA'd the original WoW Classic servers and then made it themselves.
But he still knows.
Oh, yeah.
Which, again, makes me believe that he's outwardly malicious. Or he's either... Okay, so here's how it works, chat. He's either stupid or malicious. Here, I'm actually going to make a poll. I want to make a poll, and you guys are going to answer the poll. Is he stupid or malicious? Stupid.
But you can be stupid and malicious. Yeah.
Or stupidly malicious.
Or
we'll add a fourth option. We'll add a fourth option for you guys that want to be funny. All right. The fourth option, I feel like, is a combination of all three options.
Stupidlicious.
No, furry.
I mean, yeah, there's that is also a possibility.
I mean, he is confirmed to be a furry.
Oh.
God. That is, I'm sorry, that is funny.
There you go, chat. Enjoy.
The companies wouldn't have to provide the exact same systems they use for the servers. Just have to replicate how the calls work. Could be done with Docker containers. Yeah. Absolutely. But these companies, that's the thing. They don't want to allow you to run your own servers. They don't want to allow you to keep playing the game. They want you to 100% completely... Like, if... There's one of two things that these live service game companies want. It's either for you to put 100% of your time into it, play nothing but that game, and then when they shut that game down, move to the new game and rinse repeat. That is it.
That's what he's advocating for, basically.
So they want, like, just don't ask questions, just consume the product.
Exactly. That's all they want.
Pretty much.
Huh.
That's what he wants. Or makes it sound like it'd be more difficult than it is. I mean, it's not really that difficult. Just release the code to the public. Once you're done with it, who cares? Unless you're thinking about you're going to make money with it later. But if that's the case, then maybe you should continue working on the game.
Yeah.
Oh.
And people question why we give, like, at least me, like, why I give money to 14. Because they're still providing content. They're a company that actively says, hey, you're not feeling the game right now? That's okay. Come back to it when you're ready. It'll be here. Like, no, I don't think there's a live service game out there that's like, hey, it's okay to not play our game right now. Just come back when you're feeling it.
Yeah.
And it's really ballsy. Like, I saying in the same realm as Square, it's like, it's really ballsy they're saying it because it's a subscription MMO. So the fact that Square can actually come out and say that, that's some big balls.
Yeah, that is.
But no company out there does it. No live service company out there says that. They either don't say anything, or they advocate for you to play exclusively their game forever.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm just not for it. Not for it whatsoever. I'm not really a big subscriber to that.
Yeah.
I would like to be able to play whatever I want.
And that's why, like, when people are like, oh my god, you should have new content every week in Monster Hunter Wilds. No, I'm okay.
I think that's kind of stupid too.
Playing the new content when the new patch comes out, running my way through the content, and then being done for a while. That's okay. And if friends want to play it, cool, I'll play it with them. But
thank you for the 5.
This idea that live service games need to be perpetually played forever and ever is just disgusting. Thor makes it sound like it'd be much more difficult than it would be. Yeah.
Don't get it.
Mercenary, you bring up a decent point, but even still, like, if that's the case, maybe you could have more of an argument. But, like, I just think that in the most cases, video games can just be given back to people, especially when you're done with them, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe there's some bit. Here's the problem. Here's the massive problem that I have with Pyro Software. Is that's not even the thing he's trying to argue. He is trying to argue that it would be. He's arguing on the side of the developer, tugging at your heartstrings. He's like, oh, think of the developers, guys. Developers need your love no matter what. And it's just like, I'm gonna give you my love if you earn it, and you really don't make it sound like you deserve it if this is how you're gonna act. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, completely agreed.
His arguments are stupid.
Yeah.
I agree. Probably could have used in other games that are still in service. So if they aren't done with the server side, even if they are with the client side, I guess.
Thor does it because he knows his arguments are bad. The thing is, and I know I could get into some minor trouble with this, but I'm not big enough to worry. It's like the Baru and Bunny situation. For those who remember that. But instead of Baru, like, doubling down on it, like, no matter what you think of him, instead of doubling down on his position, he just said, okay, well, let's work to remedy this. Clearly there was something that went wrong here. Let's fix this. And then Thor is like, there's no problem. You're the problem. I'm normal. You're not. These people, instead of acknowledging when they fuck up, either take it on the chin or double down. And Thor is like tripling down right now.
Well, I think the problem is that he doesn't know when to stop. He doesn't know when to stop, and because he doesn't know when to stop, it's going to happen until he crashes and burns or until people forget about it.
Yep.
And I'm sorry.
It's going to be option
Jason
2.
Thor Hall. It's not going to happen. People are going to continue going after this infinitum.
Yeah, unfortunately, when it comes to narcissists, they don't want to admit that they're wrong.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. Anyway, we can continue now.
Okay.
Leaving the game in an accessible state to the community while they would shut down the servers on their end. Like, they wouldn't need to go back through with a whole development team and, like, tweak the game to be single-player compatible. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I really do not understand that one. But apparently a lot of people latched on to that talking point from Pirate Software as something that Stop Killing Games was asking for and how unreasonable it was. Which, if that's what Stop Killing Games was asking for, it would be unreasonable. But that's not what it's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for.
I know this part is once again just reinforcing that he doesn't know what the Stop Killing Games movement is about, but I have to just show you this because it is so fascinating, because he himself literally calls out that Stop Killing Games at no point explicitly mentions single-player always-online games or anything like that. And for some reason, instead of following the breadcrumbs that would naturally lead him to the conclusion of, oh, maybe I misunderstood, maybe, because it's absent here, that's not what this is actually about. Instead, he uses it as a criticism against the Stop Killing Games initiative entirely, saying it's just too vague, it's way too vague. The reason it is not explicitly stated there is because that is not what the whole initiative is about. It is not specifically targeting that thing that you keep saying that it is. I don't know how that never clicked.
But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single-player games are advertised. What is he doing?
I'm sorry?
Do you see how he did that? He literally changed the argument.
Yeah, he did.
It's insane.
Hold on just a second.
It just keeps gaslighting him.
Okay.
That is delicious spice food.
Sorry, I had to change the battery in my headset.
Oh, it's okay.
Doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really strong section from Ross here because the clips that you saw moments ago were from his stream. When he took more time to watch it and digest it, he still came back in that video misrepresenting it. Like, it never dawned on him. Like, on stream, he could write it off as like, oh, he didn't grasp it in the moment, maybe later on he did. Well, then he made the video where he still was talking about things that are just not what Stop Killing Games was about, and this was the one that really blew up and really started to kind of dismantle the Stop Killing Games momentum.
If we don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Pirate Software then goes on to talk about like the business practice of misleading consumers into thinking that what they're buying is a product as opposed to a license to a product, which is a totally separate thing. And then he criticizes Stop Killing Games for not being specific about that thing that he is bringing up as opposed to what Stop Killing Games is talking about. So he's using that against them for some reason. And then Ross goes into like the license talk.
Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. That sounds pretty clear to me.
Yeah, which is
Our
bad.
problem is those terms are so hostile to consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends. The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those.
He's exactly right. That is a huge problem. Now, Pirate Software is correct here about these companies that will mislead consumers through this fraudulent advertising on what you're actually buying, because in a lot of cases, you don't own any of the shit that you are buying. Mm-hmm. It is pretty much a rental. You get a permission slip to access the content. That is an issue, and not making it abundantly clear to consumers that that is what you are buying is a problem. And so too is the actual agreements, as Ross demonstrates with Blizzard, where it says they can just completely terminate it for no reason at all. It really does go against the basic idea of commerce entirely. Video games are in a totally different ball game when it comes to that, because half the time you don't realize that you're just buying an admission ticket to a game. You're not actually buying the game. You also don't know how long that's going to last. Again, to go back to Concord, that shit lasted less than a fucking, fucking rainstorm, basically. Like, there is just so many problems. So I don't know why Pirate Software would be so harsh.
Did you hear that Concord, an early build of the Concord exists now?
Yes, and people are trying to get it working.
Is it better than what came out?
No.
I doubt it.
But, I can't be mad at people trying to get it functioning, though.
No, I can't either. I think that's pretty funny,
I mean,
though.
some people are curious. They want to see what it's like, and I don't blame them. I mean, I'm not going to stop them from doing it.
Exactly.
I won't play it personally, but if you want to play it, go ahead.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't touch it unless the characters were hot. I know, chat, would you play old version of Concord? Or would there need to be...
only if they patch the characters to be attractive.
Well, that's never going to happen.
Amen. Amen, amen. Anyway,
I remember when Fleekazoid called it overweight watchers.
Oh, that's so mean.
It's true, though.
It's mean, but true.
On Stop Killing Games for not addressing specific things that he himself is bringing up or making up in regards to it. It just doesn't compute. It really is a video that did significant damage to an actually positive initiative that aimed to help consumers in the video game space. All based on his complete misrepresentation of it, which was a complete mess.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Oh no!
That's fine with me.
He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters. That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last clip I want to show from this section on the Pirate Software video, but it's a very important one, because this is something a lot of people also think the Stop Killing Games initiative is about, where developers, publishers will have to support their games forever. Like, until the fucking heat death of the universe, they'll have to support these games under the initiative. When that is not the case. It is very simply asking that when the game has reached the end of its life cycle, the publishers, developers don't want to work on it any longer, to turn it over to the community to still be in a playable, accessible state so the product can still exist. There is some more nuance, obviously, to how that works, given, like, publisher-developer licensing and a lot of, like, the code, the binary, that kind of thing. There is a lot at play under the hood there, of course, but it is something that Stop Killing Games isn't naive to, and it is something that is talked about. But I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I encourage you to check more in on it. But this whole belief that it is about endlessly supporting a live service game, even when it makes no sense to do so and it's beyond dead and in the dirt, is ridiculous, because that is not what it is asking for. And a lot of people think that it is. It's not. Pirate Software got that wrong as well. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but as mentioned in the beginning, most of Stop Killing Games hasn't been successful in getting change. And Ross has dedicated so much of his life to this, and it's clearly taken a big toll. Now he's doing everything he can for this last-ditch push to try and help. And there are two big things coming up that can do so. And it's what I linked at the very beginning of the at the very beginning of the video about the resources in the description. It's in regards to this.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament. Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition. But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries. And we've only made it just under halfway. What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason. Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason. But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC, which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts. So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void.
He goes on to explain how powerful that can be because of what a mess that is. Because there is so much gray area with how the video games currently operate in regards to those protections, it would be a legal headache that would require an analysis of the laws or implementation of new laws that could lead to, hopefully, an improvement when it comes to gaming. So the big hurdle was the signatures, needing 1 million, and currently it's at like 460,000, so it doesn't reach the threshold. I've been very vocal from the very beginning about how little faith I have in petitions, but that's just from the perspective of an American. In America, petitions are more worthless than toilet paper. You're better off just writing what you want on a note to Santa Claus and shipping it to the North Pole than you are doing anything with a petition in this country. I don't know how different it is in the EU. Maybe it really is this powerful there that could lead to substantial change and improvement when it comes to games and preservation and all of what we've already talked about. Hopefully, I mean, that's really all that's left for the Stop Killing Games initiative, which sucks, but that's the position that it's in, unfortunately. And I wanted to talk about it because I really want to see something change with the games industry.
I do too.
I've said that so many times recently, but it's just, it's...
The only, it really does suck that we have to rely on the EU just a little bit in order to get something to happen, because I know they don't give a rat's ass about these kinds of things anyway. But the EU, for all of their faults, for whatever reason, they're really good with consumer protection, and the America just does not have it. Don't know why, don't get it. But the EU has it on lock for the most part.
I blame the corporations being in bed with a lot of our politicians.
Yep. I can agree with that.
Absolutely.
Definitely, I can agree with that. But I don't get it. Don't understand it. But the EU, this is why it's so powerful. Because if it happens in the EU, game companies will either have to move to America or change their policies. And so I think there is a high likelihood that if they pass something like this, if a law actually was made, games would get better. At least the ones in the EU. Ones in America won't happen. And here's the thing. This can't be used like as a retroactive thing either. It will only be used for video games moving forward. So that's the other thing that's kind of funny, is like some people are like, oh, Pirate Software doesn't want this affecting his game right now. It wouldn't affect his game right now because his game already exists. It only would work towards games that currently have yet to be started.
Mm-hmm.
So don't really get why he's so butthurt over it, honestly. There must be something that he is trying to protect, that he's working on, but I don't know. It's funny is what it is. Anyway, that's basically the end of the video, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So, we have a few other videos.
Okay.
I don't know if you wanted to go through all of them.
How long are they? And what are they about?
So let's see. The video. Did you want to watch the Ross one that he's?
The full one?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't we do
Isn't that
That
like
way
an
it gives
hour
more
long?
Is it?
Oh, it's an hour and 30 minutes.
No, I didn't think it was. I didn't think we need to watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
No, we don't need to watch the whole thing. Because I feel like he did a pretty good job. I think the clips that we got were pretty decent already.
Okay.
But we could continue going through. I did send you a couple other things in here we could go through. Let me.
Yep. So we have
We have the response tweet by Pyro Software himself.
So let's go ahead and give those a read.
Yes, you can go ahead and pull them up. I don't know where I'm going.
All right. So Thor came out and said, "Been reading through all the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. Tons of people calling me a liar or that I misrepresented the initiative. Also, he did, yeah. Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh. Let's dig into what I already did and said. I put out 2 videos on August 6, 2024, and August 7th, 2024. These videos are linked at the bottom of this post. Many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Give the videos a watch, read the initiative itself, make a conclusion that you aren't copy-pasting from social media. Monetizations on these videos are disabled, so no, this is not some ploy to increase revenue. I just care about the subject and have rightful concerns as a person watching this space or working in this space. Yeah, your concerns are money. Give me money.
I don't think that really is the concern. I just feel like there is something that he is not being honest about. Very something that he's not being honest about. Hold on a moment.
In the first video, I go through what an initiative is, how it's not law, and how it's a starting point for this entire process. This helps people understand that this is to start the conversation for change and can adapt later. I then go into the initiative and some of its goals from the official page for it. I then talk about the repercussions of them should they be implemented. As written, all games need to be left in a functional, playable state. Next, I bring up the crew and walk through the business around it, the sequels, and the size of the player base at time of sunset. I did this because it was called out by this initiative as an example of publishers destroying a game. Oh, sorry.
It's a pretty good example, in my personal opinion. It's still ongoing lawsuit, I believe. By the way, I apologize if I'm a little quiet. My throat is getting kind of terse. 3 days of streaming.
Yeah, you've been doing non-stop streaming.
I'm glad I'm going to go back to work tomorrow, and I'm not going to be forced to talk a lot.
So, I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. In the second video, I talk about potential scenarios where a studio could be abused if the initiative was implemented as written. It has new paths for abuse, and that needs to be discussed to help hone this initiative into something that would do good without doing harm. I then explain that very few people in the game development space can actually discuss this from the other side due to fear of losing their jobs. A studio is much safer in silent dissent than they are discussing the drawbacks of your ideals. The recent attacks on our games is obvious evidence to this. To recap, my issue with this initiative is that it is broad in its approach to change the industry, and the exact language of the initiative, not the FAQ request that all games stay in a functional, playable state. This is not feasible for all games at a technical level, and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. That list is not exhaustive, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like those kind of games. Effectively, this has the potential to restrict future developers from making kick-ass experiences because it locks a weight on their designs. Even though this is an initiative that can change the future, this goal is core to the mission and deeply disruptive, so it needs to be called out. To clear up some disinformation about my character, I left AAA in 2016. Because I fucking hate how the industry is now and prefer indie entirely. I don't like Blizzard or I would have stayed working there. That's why I quit. The entire point, fuck AAA and what many studios have turned games into. That I agree with. He's right about one thing.
He is right about that, yes. We can agree. Here's the problem I have is I feel like he's trying to say, hey guys, I'm just like you. I feel like Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Could be reading too much into it. But I feel like he's like, guys, I'm just like you. I hate video game publishers as well.
Outside of that, no, I am not financially supported by live service games. I make a single-player RPG, and I'm the director of strategy for off-brand games. In that position, I am paid minimum wage by my own decision because I care about games succeeding, not about profiting off of them. To further this, the games we're publishing are all playable offline anyway, because their gameplay loops are not only based on inter-player interaction, not all games are like this, and not all games can be like this. No, I have not been running away from discourse on this. I talked about it for about 8 hours on stream yesterday. I never took my videos down, and I have not discussed the initiative in the 10 months it's been since I released those videos. My internet also died mid-broadcast, so I had to go live again 30 minutes later, thanks ISP. For those that will scream, he's doubling down, yes, I damn well am. I give a shit about this initiative and what it means for games, developers, and players in the future. To finish out, just because I don't support this doesn't mean you should blindly follow me, in that just because I said pretty words on the internet, you also shouldn't blindly bash me.
I don't think he said pretty words on the internet.
He didn't.
To be real.
You also don't blindly bash me because some other creator said to. Watch the videos I put out, read the initiative, decide for yourself, apply critical thinking, and don't outsource it to others.
I would agree. So that's why I don't accept.
He then made a response post. Just talk to Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes for a bit in DMs. If you're mad at me,
Jeff. Why not Jeff? Because I know that Josh has been pretty upset with him too.
No idea. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. I should have not lashed out because I had an emotional response due to how important this subject is to me. On the developer side, I have been in a constant battle with people online for nearly a decade, trying to inform them how difficult it is to make and release video games. The idea that any of these difficult technical hurdles are easy to overcome would be simple to implement in the exact kind of thing I have been fighting. What I bring up the issues with leaving online-only games in a functional, playable state. After sunsetting, I am always met with responses diminishing the effort needed to do that. This is not a simple hurdle to overcome. It is exactly why I don't like this initiative. You can't leave these challenges up to a figure it out mentality, and you can't diminish the work of those on the dev side just because you want your way. Movements like this showcase to me how little the general public understands about game development, modern game architecture, and online games as a whole. That's why I
still don't feel like he's come out and said how this will make things harder.
See,
again, how is it hard to just say, here's the code in a zip file?
Here's something that I'd love
It's really not that fucking hard.
Here's something I'd love to point out. Where is it?
I mean, am I misunderstanding anything here? When we say we want games in a playable state, we just want to be able to pick up where you left off and start our own thing.
Yeah. This is one thing that really
Please tell me if I'm wrong.
This is one thing that really bothers me about this post. Movements like this showcase to me how little the general public understands about game development, modern gaming architecture, and online games as a whole. So I'd like to point out that he's calling everyone that's not himself a complete and total idiot.
Yeah, he is.
As narcissists often do.
That's why I put videos out poking holes in this, because it sets the entire conversation back to the Stone Age in terms of developer/player understanding. Making shit is hard. Making shit when people think it's easy is harder. If you all want games to be left in a functional, playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that it will be in a lot of situations. Because since this is
he hasn't given us the actual, like, this is how it's going to be difficult. He just says, oh, it's going to be difficult.
Every game is different.
Okay, it's going to be difficult. How is it going to be difficult? Oh, it just is difficult.
Yeah.
Really?
How? Don't just say it is. Tell us how it is.
Just fucking explain it then.
I deeply want to know.
Like, if he could explain it better, maybe some people could actually, like, poke holes in that. But that's why he's not explaining it either. Because people will poke holes in it.
I just don't understand why it's so hard to say, this is how it will be difficult, this is how it will impact people like me. Then we can have a conversation. I want to know, please. I'm begging. I can't beg him because he blocked me, but, like, I need to know how it is so difficult.
If he would just explain his fucking position a little bit better and explain why it's so difficult, maybe people wouldn't think he was such an arrogant ass.
Like, if he wanted to come out and make a video saying, this is how game development works. But instead, he only talks about his own game. The one that he's struggling to develop as is. But if he could go back and like say, this is how game development was during Blizzard. This is how like maybe the game development was when I worked at Amazon. This is, X, Y, and Z. Don't just tell us, teach us. You want to claim you're a teacher for this space? Then do it.
Be a fucking teacher.
Well, it goes back to my thought process where I don't actually think he is a good teacher. I just think he's been able to waddle his way through a lot of different situations. And now he's at the spot where he's facing something where he's not the smartest man in the room. He's not actually the informed individual. He's just pretending that he is.
Yep.
And because he doesn't actually know what he's talking about.
No, absolutely.
Bad. Oh.
So, to finish off the post, if y'all want games to be left in a functional, playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that will be in a lot of situations. Since this is the initiative's primary goal as listed on the ECI page, it's kind of important to resolve that. So, he has responded to a few posts, and I want to bring up a couple of them.
Okay.
So, someone by the name of AI _ Emerald Apple said, if it's so hard to make the MMO in a playable state for private servers, then why are there so many illegal private servers that serve the game and function better in many cases compared to the official servers? Developers don't have to do anything, just shut down the servers, let players download their character metadata, and that's it. Basically expand the licensing agreement such that private servers become legal when the companies sunset their games. And Pirate Software responded.
That's a really good question.
He said, because they are done illegally. Shit's easy.
That's not an answer.
When you don't have to comply with existing agreements or legal requirements. Once that enters the arena, you get to sit in the swamp trying to find a proper path forward, which is exactly why I'm talking about this. Then make it legal.
I don't understand.
And also, these companies don't usually go after it. You know how many years it took for Blizzard to go after WoW Classic? Hell, even Toontown Rewritten is an MMO. Disney is allowing it to continue running so long as it don't make money.
The reason why is because they don't make money off of it.
But that's the thing.
Completely out of the goodwill of their hearts.
If Disney is allowing it, that just opens the floodgates for everyone else. Like, Disney's allowing it with Star Wars Galaxies. That's still going. They're still allowing it with Toontown. That's still going. He's saying it's done illegally, but these companies don't give two shits because they're not making money off of it anyway.
Nintendo is really the only company that I've seen that would probably care about it.
Exactly.
But granted, they don't have an MMO.
Yet.
Please don't give me ideas.
There are rumors that they are working on one.
Oh, God.
So another one, at Jack Vania Dev, responded to the post as well, or to a different post specifically, saying, one dev to another, you lack the intellectual octane to maneuver this space. Many games, specifically multiplayer games, solved 90% of preservation issues decades ago. We just stopped doing it so we could push customers to the yearly reskin because that was more profitable. The problem has already been solved. It's strange to see a dev so lost on this. There are a few hangups with microtransactions, but that is a design problem and not a preservation problem. Full stop. Stay clear, man. Please.
That is so good. I love that.
Pirate Software responded. If you want to build an online-only game in that environment, you would need to support that throughout the lifecycle of development. Online-only games are made or broken based on players' demand for them. If the demand goes down, then the game dies. You don't really know when/if this will happen, but you can forecast for it and give a best guess. This means that over the lifecycle of the game, you will need to either be constantly updating those releasable versions. That means developer or tester time for every version of the game. Online games evolve over time. It's generally the point of MMOs as an example of this. That adds cost and pressure to every release and likely more hiring requirements to fill the need. A lot of smaller teams will just dip out as a result. This isn't work you can clearly do at the end of as your studio is collapsing. As a dev, you know that though, right? He's wrong. That's it. What he's suggesting is if the game company kept it going. But what Jack actively said was like, we solved preservation a while ago. The only reason that they didn't do it is because they wanted to keep pushing reskins. They could preserve it. Pirate Software is basically saying, you can't preserve it. That's a lie. When that is a lie of itself.
Literally the guy is like, I would have pushed for it, but the people above me said no.
Actually, and Jack actually responded to that post.
Oh, I hate him.
They went on with this for a little while here.
I hate his actions so much because I feel like he knows what he's doing. Again, it's either malicious or stupid or maliciously stupid. What is the vote at so far, chat? There's almost 200 of you in here. There's been 151 votes. So far, half of you think that he is stupidly malicious. 27% of you, so the another fourth of you think he's just a furry.
I mean, he is. So Jack responded to that, saying, we can limit restructuring with APIs. In your example of MMOs, even end-user communities have created their own APIs to facilitate when none existed. Sure, things may get deprecated and you need to update, adjust, etc. But that's part of the business of running a service that requires maintenance. You're doing it anyway. Build it smarter on the onset and you'll be fine. Wait until everything crumbles and you're toast. This is Dev 101 and starts before production. As a dev, you know that though, right? Next question.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Thor responds again. It seems you might be talking about running a distributed architecture, which doesn't work for all game services. You cannot do this when you need the source of truth to be kept from players to ensure a level playing ground. Outside of that, an API is just a communication bridge. What is your intent with an API, and what would you be communicating over it? And the challenge is the issues I brought up. Jack responds, oh God, oh no. Oh no. Do you want me to read this last post from Jack Mania?
Yes, read all of it.
Okay. Sorry, I need to drink of water because this is a long one.
You're good. Chat, press 1 if you think that this conversation would change your vote from stupid or stupidly malicious to just straight up malicious.
No, he's just straight up malicious at this point. So, Jack Mania responds, this won't work for everything, but in our example of a bog standard multiplayer game kept at the end of life, I'm going to assume you mean source of truth to mean trade secrets or code or whatever. I have never heard of engineering being referred to as source of truth, so you'll have to excuse me. Let us start here. I can give someone an engine like Unity and a couple of videos on YouTube, and they can make a game without A, ever seeing the engine's code, B, knowing how it works, C, modifying any of the engine, and D, etc. Unless you reverse engineer, which most ordinary users won't because that's who we are talking about here with Stop Killing Games. The average user who expects to click an icon and have shit work, not the custom modders, private server engineers, etc., we can obfuscate. Decompiling, crackers, hackers, modders, etc. is the cost of doing business and the cost of participating as a consumer. You will never stop this. I thought you used to hack. You can't stop this no matter what. You should know this. A few friends made a popular indie game with Playmaker for Unity. I thought it would bite them early on. It did, but we can partially thank the Switch for that. But they kept at it. Game is fine, sold millions, very happy. No engine knowledge needed. These aren't problems the end user needs to solve anymore or care about. Steam largely solved the distribution problem, and while there is still piracy, it's far easier and safer to just click on a sale button. Easier/better for the end user, and nobody needs to drive to Egghead software anymore. No driver's license required. Bad analogies aside, ideal for every game? Not at all. But most games the SKG initiative would help save won't require heavy lifting, which wouldn't be heavy if you move into development with end of life in mind from the jump. You definitely sound like you worked in AAA because you seem to think that development is reactive and not proactive. I can understand that since AAA often believes you can solve a problem with money and bodies, so they don't plan ahead very well because they can afford not to. For me, I'm just lazy. Having to go back and redo work because I was being reactive and not proactive sounds bad. So I just do it right from the onset. Maybe that's where we differ. I like saving time and money, so I plan ahead. Doesn't mean I won't have to come back and fix things I break or tweak or add, but understanding what you are doing, planning, go a long way. And if that sounds like too much for a developer, then they can reduce the scope until it works for them. Critical importance is knowing your fucking place. Imagine that. Like the customer spending within their budget, good developers develop within their budget and capabilities too. That's more Dev 101. Proactive, not reactive. Don't bite more than you can chew, etc. If you can't ensure the product doesn't end itself and the customer loses out without a refund, don't make it. You're hurting, not helping. But everything about your takes hurt the industry. They hurt other devs, and most of all, they hurt the customer. None of this is hard. I can see how you think it is coming from AAA, but damn, son. Learn to be proactive and not reactive, and you will find how much easier and less stressful things are in short order. Doesn't mean there won't be stress, but you have a lot to unlearn about whatever the hell you were doing before at AAA, because it sounds stupid as fuck. Let's be real. Most of AAA is run by smooth-brained shit sacks who do. So I do feel for anyone cutting their teeth in that spice. They miss some valuable lessons. I've seen indies with zero experience to get right the first time out. There are no reasons why it can't be done. There are only excuses. As a dev, I will gatekeep the shit out of my peers, and the customer should do the same. You can be a problem or a partner. We will only keep one. These are solvable problems, no excuses. I'm sorry. Okay, well, you're now getting a follow from me.
Yeah, that was pretty smart.
So Thor did not respond to that.
He didn't respond to that.
No, he didn't respond to that. It's almost like he put Thor in his place.
You don't say.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm retweeting
That's
that.
beautiful. I have nothing but hatred. I
Oh.
can understand why people would
Jack,
say that.
you dropped this king. Oh,
Like, my chat. What do you think of all this? What's y'all's input on this whole shit?
oh my god.
Repair it. I know you can. There you go. That's
So,
funny though.
On that note,
The fact they didn't reply is hilarious.
he didn't reply, which is hilarious. But Pirate Nation made us a wonderful post. Not us directly, but... And I wanted to make sure I had it in case it was deleted, because Pirate Software is a shit stack, as Jack so wonderfully said. Saying, reminder that Pirate Software is a key figure at Off-Brand Studios, which is publishing Rivals of Aether 2, a paid live service game with microtransactions. This is why he's going against the Stop Killing Games initiative.
That game is the one that is also co-owned by Ludwig, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Chat's agreeing. Where do I send this twit longer? If you have something long that you want to post, I guess you can say it on Twitch. Because, like, I know that YouTube has kind of a limit for how much you can say. Twitch or Kick. Actually, go to Kick. I like Kick a little bit more right now than I like Twitch, so go to Kick. We stand Kick users.
Would like to get a foothold in Kick, but I am...
Just start. Just multi-stream.
It's slow. It's been a really slow crawl trying to build an audience there.
Holy shit. This is probably why ROA2 has mixed reviews. Yeah, right now, that's the game that they're talking about, right? Well, let's continue going through this, but like, I know that Ludwig has jumped in, because Ludwig has been in a lot of shit. Thank you for the follow. Ludwig has been in a lot of shit recently, and one of them is because of how he decided to handle the Mango situation, and now he is in shit again because of his defense of Pirate Software, blank defense of Pirate Software.
Real quick, I need to use the bathroom.
Okay, that is fine. That is fine. That was fine. How
Yeah, I agree, Alexios. Sorry.
I want to toss this link to you about how I knew Thor. Are you saying that you actually knew Jason Thor Hall before he became Jason Thor? I would love to hear it. It should work in Kick. I don't think that Kick has like a message limit. They don't appear to have a message. YouTube is the only one with a message limit. YouTube is kind of wonky. I knew Jason. Oh my goodness, that's insane. Unfortunately, I don't have a way to verify that, but I will take your word for it, sir, at the moment. I know Ludwig because he's connected to Germa. Yeah, Germa's a good guy. We like Germa. This isn't a good look, as I said before, on your YouTube videos. In the matter, you gave me gigabytes of. Whoa, geez. You gave me gigabytes of ROMs back in 2007, where 1,000% for the preservation of the properties no one cared about. Even did HD reimagining of your own IP from 2005. Your fast food ward flash-based bullet hell game where the final boss was spam. Remember, because my associate Brad Moore was in the same class and had shown you the curriculum I wrote for Miss Virginia. Whoa, this is a lot of information here. I feel like some of this would make more sense if Pirate Software was here, but unfortunately, I'm going to assume this is information. Lore Master is the reason that he is a furry. If you are the reason he is a furry, I don't blame you, because I just think it's kind of funny. It's more of a joke, but that's really funny. I don't know if you have like a picture of him in a fursuit or something that you could share. That
would be hysterical.
It would be hysterical. I mean, like, I don't think he ever did dress up in a fursuit. I think he was his
take a bite of
persona
the
was
pizza?
his persona is just a ferret, which I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything weird about him because it is my personal opinion that, like, unless these kinds of guys actually give more weirdness off, I try not to say anything about them. Pirate Software, as far as I know, has been trying to do very nice by animals. So I don't think he's not that kind of weird furry.
Yeah,
Thankfully.
Yeah.
But
Pirate Software is against basic ownership rights. The guy is gross. We are paying money for games. I mean, paying money for games is different. I'm okay paying money for games. I would like to keep my games.
I don't know how to.
I want to keep what I paid for.
Yeah.
My ex was a not safe for work artist, and I was a webmaster for an ancient pay site. I can't post a link because there are kids here. That's fair. I mean, you can DM it to me if you want. I'm not gonna share it. Outside of this. But that's pretty crazy. You can DM me on Twitter if you like. It's up to you. His persona is a ferret? Yes, I am pretty sure it was a ferret.
That's not surprising.
Like, I can't remember where it was, but, like, there's pictures that show that his persona was a ferret. It might have been on the farms, so it may be a little dubious about the authenticity of that. But people are saying that his persona was a ferret.
Yeah.
Which, again, doesn't really matter. I don't think that he's, like, a weirdo furry. I'm just saying that, like,
I mean, aren't all furries are weirdos to some degree?
Well,
not necessarily being a weirdo is a bad thing, but like.
Well, okay.
No, listen. Everybody's a little bit weird. All right.
I mean,
anime people are a little weird, in my personal opinion. But
I mean, I'm gonna use
weird.
me as an example. I will admit,
who dips their cookies in Coca-Cola.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'll admit, I've dabbled into that sphere. It's weird.
At one point.
It's very weird. Like, there are tiers of weirdness when it comes to furries.
I once like out of curiosity dabbled into it, and about a month or so I was like, yeah, this isn't for me. When I had so many people try to force themselves on me, I'm like, I'm not gay, dude.
That's where it gets funky.
I am the Dapper Devil. Okay.
Like, I may be somewhat questioning, but I more lean towards women.
Absolutely agreed. If we don't win
no, it means no.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of furry men, especially. Like,
I am unable to DM. Oh, there it goes.
If we don't win our basic ownership rights, in a few years, a lot of games we paid for will disappear in front of our eyes. I agree. Pirate Software is cursed. After his trash behavior, the guy is done. We've seen the dog titties. Indeed, you have.
Well, I will not say the name of the website because, again, like, you know, I will respect that.
Yeah, just don't make it your personality. There you go. Exactly.
Exactly, yes. Don't make that shit your personality.
So, right after all of this wonderful stuff, people started digging into Pirate Software even more. Mm-hmm. And did some digging into Heartbound.
This is stuff that, again, has been kind of known. The only difference is now, because here's the problem about what's happening right now. The Stop Killing Games movement was kind of like in between him actually growing as an individual and blowing up. Now that he's blown up, he is having all of these previous controversies show up basically in his DMs, and he is forced to kind of acknowledge their existence. If that makes sense.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so in my chat, Alexis just said, have any of y'all ever heard of Louis Rossman?
Yes, Louis
Yes.
Rossman's a good guy. He's a right to repair guy. Love the guy's content. He moved away from New York, and I think that he is every day better for it. Love the.
Apparently, he
love
has
his
also
content.
covered Pirate.
Yes, he has. Pirate mentions him as somebody that he's talked to. I think that okay, it's like one of those things. Was like okay, but like, I don't know. He tries to use the whole I talked to them behind the scenes, and it's just like okay. That doesn't mean that they agree or disagree with you. That just means that you had a candid conversation, allegedly. And whether or not they can confirm, I would prefer that they confirm that before I agree with them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Look at all these mechanical parts. This is awesome. Anyway, continue.
So, a user on Reddit, now this is a post from Pirate Nation, so I didn't go looking for this, made a post on Reddit, Pretty Basket 2082, saying, I reviewed Pirate Software's Always Online DRM in his single-player game and got banned from its Steam hub. So he actually made a review, and I have the review. I actually posted it in our docket, so I'd love to kind of even skim it.
Okay. And this is his DRM.
Yes, so he actually made a review on Heartbound about the DRM.
Now, before we continue, would you give a brief overview for the people that may not understand what a DRM is, what a DRM is?
So DRMs tend to be... What is the exact term? Hold on.
I only asked you because you're the smarter one.
No,
here.
I know. I'm forgetting the actual abbreviation.
Basically, a bullshit system they put into place to prevent the games from being pirated, where you have to play the game online all the time, even if it's a single-player game.
Exactly. Digital rights management. That's it. So, what the DRM is basically saying it's a built-in copyright that can also be used as an anti-cheat, depending on how the DRM itself is built. So, essentially, it is a way for him to basically say, this is mine, you can't touch it.
Beyond the usage that we allow you to have.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, Pirate Software replied to Pirate Nation.
That's funny.
Saying, Heartbound does not have an always online DRM. The game checks to see if it is running through Steam in online or offline mode, and also checks to see if a person running it has from a few piracy sites. We know repackage it with malware. If a hit detects it, replaces the text telling players to contact me over Twitter. Each time someone contacts me, I ask them where they got the game, and if they got it from a piracy site, I walk them through the process of rudimentary scans using Windows Defender. Then I give them a key to the game.
He puts malware in this game?
No.
What?
No. Let me reread that.
Okay.
The game checks to see if it is running through Steam in online or offline mode. It also checks to see if a person is running it from a few piracy sites we know repackage it with malware. If a hit detects it, replaces the text telling players to contact me over Twitter. Each time someone contacts me, I ask them where they got the game, and if they got it from a piracy site, I walk them through the process of rudimentary scans using Windows Defender. I then give them a key to the game. It's almost always young people that do this, and it's not their fault for pirating a game they want. Piracy is a service issue. Your game is too expensive, it will be pirated. Your game is not available, it will be pirated. And he's not wrong there.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated.
If we pay for a product, we must have the right to keep it. Simple, basic ownership rights. Europe lawmakers must fix Corpo bad practices ASAP. Yeah, agreed.
I feel like he's trying to like not backpedal, but I feel like he's trying to like. I don't know how to articulate this. He's trying to say, yeah, I agree, but also by the same token, I disagree. At this, I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but like,
so
ignore me.
Pirate Nation responded saying, "Why ban him from the Steam discussion board, though?" Which is, fair. It's a fair
question. Yes.
Thor responded, "Imagine writing this in a review and expecting it to stay up. The edited version he posted on Reddit is not what he posted on our forums. He also removed these sections from his Steam review to hide it as well. And he posted 2 screenshots of the review saying, I just realized I spent way too much time analyzing this game's code only for the Steam review algorithm to bury it. Please feel free to judge my assumptions and tell me where I'm wrong. How I clearly fail to comprehend Pirate Software's genius. How I lack the vision to account for his mana bar.
I would like him to show the entire interview, not the entire thing, not just a snippet.
No, yeah.
The fact that he's only showing a small part bothers me.
Agreed. So the post says, I'm probably just jealous of the millions of dollars he made, which I really am, which is why the world is so unfair. Why is the world so unfair? Where has my innocent, childish worldview of a fair world is gone? I don't even care about the $10 I spent. I want a refund for my happiness before I knew this is unjust.
Oh my god. Again, I'd like to see the whole thing because this is a small snippet.
Agreed.
For those that are on my stream, this is not the whole interview. Or the review of the game. This is a tiny snippet. For those that have been on my channel for any amount of time, you will know that I have an issue when you're only showing select snippets of DMs or articles or anything. You have to show the complete and utter full context because if you don't, I'm going to think that you're lying. So automatically, because he's not showing everything, I just think he's lying. I'm sorry. That's what I ascribe to people now because of how often it happens.
So the second post. So the 3 DEF CON black badge, government plant power, plant penetrating, Blizzard senior red hat, cyber ops security expert, genuinely believes that checking a Steam achievement flag is strong enough DRM to justify being online only for a single player game. With that kind of back-end coding neglection, and then dares to big mouth consumer rights as if he's somehow compromised. No wonder the Chinese, Russian, and North Koreans are walking into U.S. data centers as easily as stealing breast milk from an office fridge.
Oh, he's blaming Pirate Software for the breast milk. Do you guys know the breast milk story?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
okay.
the Activision company doing that, Blizzard Activision.
Yeah.
Guy stole breast milk from the fucking daycare center in the building so he could use it for the gym.
It's like, okay, Jason, why are you letting this comment like if this is actually in there, if it is actually in there, it's a pretty schizo sounding thing in my personal opinion. But if it is actually in there, Jason, why do you care? Why do you care if this man put it in there? Just like let people dab on him. It sounds like you've got a lot of fans that are gonna laugh at him anyway. So let your fans do all the work. Oh, for fuck's sake.
At TempKitsempt, do you all remember the conversation/interview Healthy Gamer GG did with Pirate Software? And Healthy ripped Thor a new one. I've never seen that. Zugswing, can you put that in Occo or my Discord? I would love to see that after stream.
Oh, the one where he got interviewed by the what's it called? Psychologist, I want to say. Where the psychologist
I don't
you're
know.
a narcissist. Yeah, the guy. It was like a psychologist or a therapist that is just like, oh yeah, you're a narcissist. And Thor's like, I don't think I am. And he's like, no, you are. You 100% are.
Yeah. So
it was really funny. It was one of the few times where it's just like, Jason, why did you go on camera with somebody that literally could find out how horrible you are on the inside?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So, and he's like, well, how could you not ban him for posting what he said? No, he attacked Blizzard. He did call you an idiot, but he attacked Blizzard for the most part.
It's one of those things like it's a negative review. Are you telling me that you're gonna delete all negative reviews if you don't feel like they go to what you want to hear?
Exactly. So
I'm sorry, but like you're gonna get negative. I get negative comments on my video, and as long as they don't get stuck behind YouTube's censorship system, I let them fly. even if I think that like later down the line, someone's gonna read it and think, huh, you know what, I agree with that. I was like, I don't care. You know, if somebody's gonna agree with a random off comment and about something I may have said in the past, all right, fine, whatever. That's a low quality filter in my personal opinion.
So that was responded to by a username or going by @itsweezus, saying, "Where's the username on both screenshots?" Which, you know what? Good question. Where is the username on those? So Thor responded, "The entire ban post cannot be edited by the creator and is still here. It's filled with attacks on me as a developer, snide comments, and lies about our game. It's also a mile long, so taking individual pictures will only give snippets. Deserved ban."
Did he give the whole thing?
He posted another screenshot of the like the beginning of the article or the review.
Why not the whole thing?
So
I don't care if it's gonna be a long screenshot. Just like take multiple screens. Okay, so here's what you could do. Here's another fun thing you can do, chat. If you have to take copy and paste because it's going to be a long thing, you take the first screenshot. Then in the second screenshot, you include a couple sentences from the previous screenshot so that you can prove it's the exact same thing being said. That way, people can say, okay, that's the exact same thing. Cool. He doesn't even know how to do that. Motherfucker's supposed to be a hacker, and he doesn't even know.
Yep. So Weezus actually responded one more time,
retard,
saying, "I would say fair point if I didn't see reviews like this on the regular for other games. You know, as a grown adult at the age of 26, my first thought, if I had released a game on Steam and this was a review, I would ignore it and move on. Your reputation is fucked as is."
Yeah, the fact that he can't even ignore this is just like, dude, you are so cooked, in my personal opinion, that you can't even ignore this.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
I feel so bad for him as an individual. Like, as an individual, I just legitimately feel bad for him that he can't
Well, you
let
just
that
feel
kind of
embarrassed
shit
on
go.
his behalf.
No, I just feel bad for him. Legitimately, I just feel like depressed for him as an individual, because this is how this is his life now, where he gets burnt by he gets one guide by Steam reviews.
Also, it's not as long as Thor's saying it is.
Oh, is this the whole thing?
Yes.
So it was finally, was it like put back up or something?
No, it was never taken down. It's just the guy was banned, so we can't edit it.
Yeah.
And he was not banned off of Steam. He's banned off of the community forums for Heartbound.
Okay.
So, the review. I'm going to move it to this screen and Discord over here. So I have a lot more screen real estate here. Because this is, yeah.
It's quite a big one.
Review. A technical autopsy of Heartbound's always online DRM. Wasn't impressed. As a below average developer, I downloaded Heartbound purely to evaluate the claim that its always online DRM is essential. Pirate Software has been vocally opposed to movements like #StopKillingGames, while simultaneously boasting about his expertise in cybersecurity. His ego got so inflated, even Pyrocynical made a video about him. That's how I found out about him.
Yeah, that's actually pretty bad.
So what I'm hearing is another furry found out about him through other furries, and now the furry is judging the furry. That's kind of funny.
His main justification is that the game must be always online, even in a purely single-player game, to verify Steam achievement flags as a form of DRM and anti-cheat. To be more specific, core gameplay abilities are locked behind these achievements. But is this solution from a well-respected security expert any good? Fundamentally, no. Tools for Steam Achievements API, YKWIM, easily spoof achievements and bypass these checks. The achievement check is entirely client-side and trivial to manipulate. I ran the game in a sandbox VM and spoofed the requests. I monitored traffic with Wireshark, and there was no evidence of server-side communication. DRM approaches that can be bypassed that trivial aren't groundbreaking security innovations. It's a friendly suggestion, and it's not unpirated. His words. For this, he is willingly misinterpreting EU digital preservation legislation and defending a model where developers are legally able to shut down a game at any time without notice. Blizzard's EULA even states that they don't even need a reason for sudden shutdowns. Let's check if the rest of the code can hold up to his security expertise. First, it's made in GameMaker, the prime example of a security risk engine, or game engine, using standard tools for GameMaker games, again, YKWIM. I examined the decompiled bytecode. Some statements below may be assumptions from decompilation artifacts. I have also skimmed through his VODs for cross-referencing about the coding style appears consistent to what I saw. No evidence of anti-debugging, encrypted bytecode, or integrity checks. No use of dynamic code loading or runtime obfuscation to deter reverse engineering. The binary shows no signs of packing, encryption, or compression, e.g. UPX, the meta, Enigma. The strings are stored plainly, no obfuscation or dynamic reconstruction detected. No debugger detection, or it did a very bad job. No threat hiding or anti-hooking. I attached a debugger, hooked functions, and used breakpoints without issue. No code injection tested. Further, but not fully verifiable, there appears no signs of self-verification. No checksums, no tamper flags, no anti-tamper, no anti-hook, or runtime integrity systems. Maybe I wasn't thorough enough, but I had far too much insight over the game's logic. Also, relies heavily on switch statements, magic numbers, or in hard-coded logic. This could come from the decompilation. For a bottom-of-the-line software developer, me, who was forced to follow DIN ISO, IEC 27001, and 27034 standards just to pass industrial cooperation guidelines each year, it is kind of depressing seeing the code quantity, quality, maintainability from a well-respected public figure. Maybe those maintainability issues are coming back to bite them now. Updates seem slower. I wouldn't be surprised if working with that code base has become more frustrating than fun. Cheat engine test. Memory regions are players or for player stats, world state, and logic flags were easily located, readable, and writable. No custom address randomization beyond standard OS ASLR. Modifying gameplay values was possible. No correction or integrity checks observable in my short testing time. Save files. Stored in plain, human-readable text. No, cheaters are sadly not illiterate. No cryptographic signature, no HMAC, not even a CRC check. I even found a GitHub, a tool to manipulate the plain text. I watched a Pirate Software stream where he stated that Steam achievements were intended as a form of anti-cheat protection. But if that's truly the goal, why is the rest of the game that easy to manipulate? I am talking about basic integrity measures, many of which are considered standard in the industry and can be implemented with minimal development overhead. His DRM approach neglect slow overhead integrity measures expected to be any secure software product and undermines the justification for this always online design. Just to be again very clear, the Stop Killing Games legislation only asks Pirate Software to either provide a minimal shutdown notice, maybe 3 months, or issue a patch after the game service ends that removes always online dependency for post-sale preservation. In his case, a few lines of code that constantly check online Steam achievements would need to be removed and persistent store them in that plain text save file. Verdict: so the DEF CON Black Badge government power penetrating Blizzard senior Red Hat cyber ops security expert genuinely believes that checking a Steam achievement flag is strong enough DRM to justify being online only for a single player game. With that kind of... Huh?
We did say this.
He did say this. With that kind of back-end coding neglection, that's not enough to justify heavily insulting Ross and Stop Killing Games. Legal note. This review is based on personal analysis of a legally purchased copy of the game. No code, tools, or binaries have been redistributed. I have also meticulously reviewed the wording of this analysis to ensure that this could not be used for malicious tampering. This review focuses solely on evaluating the game's implementation and does not promote or facilitate unauthorized modification. This commentary is intended for educational and critical review purposes only. And Pirate Software responded. We read this developer response earlier.
Yeah.
Just...
Kind of like he didn't set up a save system, but an achievement checkpoint. Here's my question. If the achievements are how you check it, and there is no real save point system, are you telling me that I can only play this game once? Isn't this game it's like $20, right? $20, $30?
I think it's $10.
$10. I wouldn't pay more than $10 for a game I could only enjoy once. I'm sorry.
No, I completely
If I could only play the game
agree.
once, I would only pay that much money.
I completely agree.
How the
It's just
you fuck it up that bad? And this man is telling us that Stop Killing Games is a bad movement, when literally in the first line of the movement. They say that their goal is to preserve video games and allow you to continue a game without the developer.
Yeah.
I need to know who took this man seriously so I can ask them why. Why did you take this man fucking serious? Well, here's the thing. There was a period when I liked his shorts where he talked about very simple things that had nothing to do with programming and nothing to do with code.
I like those shorts as well, but it's just like this whole thing, this whole situation has been a big mask off moment for him.
It has. I mean, like, this is the second or third mask off moment. Like, I'm sure that there are people that really enjoyed him up until this moment, probably. But like, I am of the opinion that how many more mask off moments is this man going to have before people recognize and just stop giving him any attention whatsoever? I imagine that he's probably asking himself that question too. It's just like, how much more bullshit can I get away with before these people realize I'm actually like a fake? He was a Darman ripoff? Damn. That's mean. Considering that you were a friend, that's mean. Also, the Dapper Devil did say I could say this. So there was an old website that Jason assisted with where he was supposed to animate a few images for said website and give access to the website. And he never did so for multiple years. And they jokingly said, quote unquote, "You owe me, Jason." It's kind of fun. Yeah, this is here, let me, will this work? Yay, it does work. It is allegedly. I believe you. But that's kind of funny if that's the case. That he didn't even give you access to the website. That's insane. That is insane. Oh man. Epic. Yes, it was Epic Lore Master. Yes. Why? I don't know. I'm just gonna walk. I'm gonna walk in circles. So let's move on. My autism is gonna keep me in circles. So anyway.
Sorry,
Temp,
I was muted. Sorry.
I was wondering if
I went to get myself a water and I completely forgot to unmute myself.
Okay.
So Legendary Drops, a commentary YouTuber, took a screenshot of one of Pirate Software's posts. I'm not sure which one, so I don't know which one to pull up.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a response to a post where Pirate Software said, if you create an environment that puts heavy restrictions or roadblocks on making online-only games, then you will get less online-only games and more single-player or couch co-op games. This isn't hard to understand. You have 2 entire videos to pull from where I list my show all. And he says, I fail to see the problem here. It's not that live service games are bad. It's just, we need to see less of them.
I would prefer to have less of them, Jason.
Like, I'm okay with them existing.
I would prefer to have less of them. I am fine, personally, with more single-player games. I feel like chat would be okay with that, too.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Honestly, the thing is, there haven't been, like... The industry has been more focused on co-op games and fucking multiplayer titles. There haven't been too many, like, single-player experiences, at least nothing good.
That don't require the internet. You have to add that in there.
Yeah, that don't require the internet. So, my apologies.
You're fine.
It's getting late. Oh, good.
Let's see. So, MommaOcco actually gave this to me right before stream started.
Mm-hmm.
Armchair Expert.
Thank you for the follow. Very much appreciated.
Made a post that responded to Rock Solid.
Oh, yeah. Before you read that, give me one moment. I am going to switch up my games now.
Oh, you are.
At a
Good.
Stopping point. Now that we have the ability to chat, I'm going to switch up from playing Dune to the game that I know you're just about to talk about.
Go ahead. Okay. So, Rock Solid said, arrogant, narcissistic Blizzard Nepo baby. Massive drama queen that refuses to take any accountability. Pre-watches video games to Xbox on stream. Alleged DMCA abuser. Purposely misinterprets Stop Killing Games and doubles down on it. Why do people like this guy? An Armchair responded, saying, it's not alleged. Pirate did actually attempt a DMCA takedown of an indie game, or indie Steam game, Idle Streaming Bonanza, because the dev made a bait post on Reddit implying that he added a parody version of Pirate software, shown below, into the game. Not only was this blatant abuse of DMCA to protect his bruised ego, the version of the game on Steam hadn't even been updated to include this parody, a fact that neither Pirate nor his alleged on-staff lawyer bothered to check before sending the DMCA through. And...
Not a lawyer, by the way.
Not a lawyer. I have to bring it up. Ava responded, our resident lolly. I've interviewed and spoken with Private Parts of Anarchy Studios, the individual who made Idle Streamer Bonanza. He only recently got his game on Steam. That's how long this DMCA claim has messed him up. This isn't alleged. Thor absolutely abused Steam's DMCA system to take down a game over content that wasn't even yet on the Steam version of the game. Yeah.
By the way, chat, this is the game that was DMCA'd.
I think it's another creator. Oh, no, it's just another person on social media. Razor Sharpfang responded to another post by Armchair saying, didn't they specifically have voice snippets of Thor in that game? You can't take someone's voice you scraped from the stream and use it as content. Armchair responded, nope, only in the video they posted to Reddit. The version of the game on Steam never had any material from Thor's stream inserted into it, and that was what Pirate Software DMCA'd. Razor responded, if that's true, then it should be an easy win by the devs in question to counter-sue for damages and liability. That is, if the premise of the DMCA was unfounded, then if it does go to court, the court should side with the dev, right? And then the last part of that post, Julian Roy responded, another person on Twitter, Pirate Software dropped the DMCA after the backlash, but didn't apologize. As usual. So,
yes, chat. This is what he DMCA'd over. His voice never made it into the game, by the way. The voice that is playing and that you occasionally hear is not even his voice. It's somebody else that is like a similar sounding voice, but not even the same.
Pretty much.
Huh.
And then our last thing, unless Occo want to talk about more, running with scissors. This is, again, not a Pirate Software thing. But running with scissors made a post saying, there are 3 types of people against the Stop Killing Games movement. Those who misunderstand it, those who don't care, but still care enough to crap all over it, and those who are part of the industry and give no fucks about the customers and their rights because they thrive on these practices. The worst kind. Arguing with any of those 3 is like playing chess with a pigeon. They'll knock over the pieces, they'll crap on the board, and they'll fly back to their flock and claim victory. This is why it's important to focus all efforts on the actual petitions and to reach as many people as possible. There's less than a month left. It's time to make a change before allowing the normalization of yet another bad practice. If this offends anyone in particular, all we ask is the following. Does the shoe fit? And it's right.
Does the shoe fit indeed?
It's absolutely correct. Absolutely 100% correct. And here's what's funny. The point of Pirate Software making this this post, talking about the Stop Killing Games movement, was to push the idea of, you shouldn't support this. This is bad for everyone. I think it actually got even more signatures because of Pirate Software.
I agree. I think it has, definitely. The only thing I don't know how to do is do my skills right now.
It's funny how he tried to dismantle the movement when really just because of how much of a douchebag he was acting, it just strengthened it even more. Because people were signing the petition just to fucking spite him.
Yep,
I
exactly.
That they are. Soon 700,000. Yeah, I believe that it's going to. I don't know if it is going to hit it. It would be really sad if they didn't. But
I think if Thor wants to keep this from going anywhere, he needs to shut up about it.
he probably will. Oh, did I do it? Oh, I did. Wait. Oh. An additional cup. Increase the speed the cup moves. Add additional cup. Oh, I see. I think. Oh, look at that. I have another cup. That's awesome. Anyway, what, you still there, Temp?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
But
You
that was
can't
it.
go quiet like that because I was afraid because you make me think my internet died.
That's all we got. That's it.
So there you go, chat.
Unless we wanted to watch a video, that's it.
We do have the other video by Ross.
Yep, we have the video by Ross. We have the gamers.
Not the hour and a half long one, right?
So
no, it's only the first 10 minutes of his most recent one.
Here is a interesting one that I came across. Apparently, Gamers Nexus actually interviewed Ross about Stop Killing Games. How long is this? 41 minutes.
I'm fine going through it. I'm fine going through the interview if you want.
I'm done.
I'm not going to be doing this the whole time, chat. It is fun, but I don't do idle games that long, unfortunately. It's very cute though. You should buy this game, chat. Here's what I'm going to do.
What game is it?
Idle Streaming Bonanza. The guy has a lot, up to 6 people on it right now. He is planning to add more. Here, chat, I'm going to give you guys this. I'll also give you a linksy doodles so that you can grab the game for yourself. It is $5 right now. You can also get the demo for this game and play it for free. But go ahead and give this game a buy. It is only $5. This guy definitely deserves all of the attention he's getting. I want more people to review this game as well. All right. When they say to review bomb something, I want you to review boost this game. All right. Go
if you like it.
Game. Yeah. Go. Here's what I will say. Buy this game to support a dev that was screwed over by Pyra Software. So there you go.
See, that's what I want to support it for.
What's funny is this guy is a single dev. I am pretty sure. I don't know if he's still here, but this guy's a single dev, and he has worked on this, and Pirate Software screwed him. So now it's out. Should have been out a lot earlier, but now it's out, and it's only $5. Yeah, go buy the game. Go support the game. All right. And tell the guy that you did too. Oh, there's a tutorial window.
Can I get the link to it? I'll post in my chat as well.
Hold on.
Here, I'm gonna
Feel asleep already. Exit game. Exit game. Now I'm gonna go back to Dune. I was doing something in Dune, but I wanted to show that game off. It's a good game. Really good game. Thank you for saying review boost. No, yeah, go boost that game. All right, it had 6 reviews on it. It's a good game. Whoa, jeez.
Chat,
who did that?
Go buy the game.
Chat, was that you?
For what?
I heard myself.
Oh, that might have been me.
Okay. Kind of freaked me out there for a moment.
No, I accidentally.
Know where it came from.
So I have your YouTube, Twitch, and Kick open. I have Razor's YouTube open. And I have my YouTube and Twitch open.
I see.
And I accidentally closed Twitch. That might have been what you heard was me reopening it.
Okay, you're good. You're good. I was just like, what the fuck?
Oh God. This hurts me. Sorry. Savvy just responded to a post that hurts me physically.
Oh, that bad?
That bad.
Why?
They're cooking curry on their desk.
No.
Oh. While you play that, I'm gonna go put my cheese away and grab some pizza.
There you go.
take this as my chair break, but technically I've got friends that are here to talk for me. That's a joke.
Is Dog going to sleep happy today knowing about Thor's downfall? It was inevitable. Because we know this man can't keep his mouth shut.
Dog. Somebody else? Oh, 6.
Wait. He's frying chicken on his desk.
Look at how mucked up his monitor is and that keyboard.
Why would you do that?
Ah! Yeah, I know. That's what hurts me.
That is disgusting. Why the fuck would you
And
do
then he
that?
dropped the hot, oil-smothered chicken on his desk.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god.
No plate, and he's picking shit out of his now oil, just smothered keyboard and smoking a cigarette.
That wounds me. Why in the goddamn would you?
Oh no. It's actively getting worse.
Why? Also, hello, Gamma 8. Yes, I got the milkers out today. Just chat redeemed it.
Just fucking Koreans.
This motherfucker needs to be visited by natural selection squad.
You were going to dog hell for showing us this. You're welcome, chat. Susan Villain at least cooked the food.
Hey, Shadow Gale.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm also taking psychic damage from that video. What in the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah?
Alright. My apologies.
Oh, you missed it. Do we need to rewatch it?
No, I'd prefer not to rewatch whatever you were
I would prefer not to.
What I will say is, no, I am not a Cherryack streamer, because being a Cherryack streamer requires me to not have anybody else here while something is playing. Temp was playing it, so technically it is his content, not mine.
It is technically my content, yes. Oh, Razor, the Foogies are working now.
Are they?
Yes, I can see them moving behind the still images.
Okay. Well, I could take these guys down. Then. Okay. What do you think of the female model, by the way?
The female model is good.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh no, it's a redeem that chat has, but they like to redeem it just because they like to stare at the.
I mean, who doesn't like to stare at titty?
I mean, the titty's covered up though. With
gay men.
The gun I'm holding.
Probably.
And actually, there's gay men that like titty too.
Fair enough. Really quickly, before we continue, I do have to give you a PSA announcement from my mother.
Oh.
Also, I need to read some super chats. Thank you for hitting the goal, by the way, chat. Sweetie Scott, rise up. Hell yeah. Okay, Epic Lore Master, I do have to ask, since you are a Sweetie Squad member, Jace, does Pyre Software know who Medicare is? I am kind of curious. Just curious.
You know,
that would be funny if true. Funny if true. Anyway, here's a PSA from my mother. Buy Irish butter and then eat it. You don't have to eat it with anything else. But chat, some of you need more fat in your lives. All right, some good old fat content, and butter is one of them. My mother's been telling me recently I just need to eat a little bit more butter. Real butter, not the fake shit that you get from the store, but real good shit butter. Okay, so eat a little bit of butter. My mom literally called me the other day, and she's like Akko. She like was like, Akko, you need to eat butter, and I was like, well, Mom, I use butter in a good chunk of my cooking. She's like, no. She didn't get close to the phone. I want you to imagine it though. All right, I want you to imagine my mom, who's also an octopus. So like she's full octopus. Dad's not octopus, so it's just like that's how you get the part octopus thing there. But she gets real close to the phone. She's like, you take a sliver of butter and you just eat it. eating 20 pounds of butter. I don't think that's what she meant. If you eat, I will not be responsible if you eat 20 pounds of butter, chat. I'm telling you right now. But she was basically like, you're supposed to take a sliver of butter and eat it. Okay. So I have here. Let's see how many. I'm not gonna eat all of that. That's 3 tablespoons of butter right there. I'm not gonna eat the whole thing, but I'm gonna eat a decent chunk of that butter just to up my fat content because I'm a little underweight right now. I need to put some fat on me. Butter noodles. Well, I can't eat wheat that much.
You eat more nutter butter.
But Kerrygold is good because it's not just butter. It's got salt and real good shit in it. Why'd you eat butter directly when you can cook with it? Because that's enough butter for me. I'm gonna go put it away. Then we're gonna start the video. Excuse me. Then we're gonna do super chats. And we're gonna start the video.
While we're waiting, there's a Sam Hyde skit you could play called Peanut Arbuckle.
Oh no!
All right. Yeah,
Don't worry, there's no slurs.
Don't eat butter by itself.
I mean, it's a Sam Hyde clip. Occo would have played it eventually anyway.
Which one?
No, Peanut Arbuckle.
All right. Let me read some supers.
Okay.
Devastator for 2 Canadian. Pirate Software has been playing a character, TBH. I agree. He has been. Inflecting his voice and playing a character for a long time. You know, it worked. Till it didn't. Mercenary for 2. Telling you guys someone is sabotaging Nintendo. Possible. Very possible. Mercenary again for 2. I warned everyone that DRM would break your game. It does. It does. And then Mercenary for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 super chats, each for $2. Thank you. Pirate proves he's an industry plant. I don't know what industry he's a plant of, but I could believe it. Then Temp, I think he does know what he is talking about. Oh, he after that post, he does. And then takes a long soak drag. Was it good for you guys? I'm not sure what that means, but thank you. And then I heard rumors of Sweet Baby and ROA in this. If that's true, then I give a salute to Ludwig because his game is toast. And then Mercenary again for 2. Temp, I felt that. Temp, what did you do?
Probably that video.
Okay. Well, thank you, chat, for fulfilling the goal. You guys get another goal. They gave the Yippee a cat and a dog, so what does the Yippee get now? Another Yippee. All right, you may start the video whenever you would like to.
Okay.
Today we're joined by this guy.
In fact, I'm under the opinion that nothing less than an expiration date on the box or the store page or something would wake people up. See, right now it's in order to reverse engineer a server emulator. I mean, I feel like the people who do that are like Einstein's in a straitjacket trying to get themselves out to write an equation. I mean, it's just so hostile for trying to do it. But if they had all this documentation about how the networking protocols work, and that would go a long way.
Ross Scott of Accursed Farms, who's spearheading the Stop Killing Games initiative, which aims to protect consumers' rights to play video games even after a publisher decides to stop supporting it. The point being that once you've spent money on something, you should have some level of ownership or expectancy that you'll be able to use that thing that you bought. And Ross said in our interview and discussion today that he thinks...
I think it's the front lines.
And we agree with him. This is sort of the front lines of the enshittification discussion, where the things you own are becoming less yours, and they're more prone to just disappearing at some point, even if you've spent money on them, and in ways that are less clear than the traditional subscription service approach, where at least that's very clear what your usage lifetime is. Currently, there's a powerful movement for a direct democracy citizens initiative in the EU to make this happen. And
he does bring up a good point. At least with subscriptions, you know when the time ends. But games don't even give you that these days.
Yep.
I didn't think about it like that. But it's more fair for the subscriptions because you know the end of date. It's at the end of the month or whenever your credit card runs out. With video games, it could literally be at some point in the future and you have no idea. Wow.
Oh yeah,
think of it like
absolutely.
That, but that is completely true. And I'm upset now that I didn't think of that.
I think it is bullshit though. Like, you pay for a product, you should be able to fucking keep the damn thing. Like, even if you cut off the multiplayer, at least let me play the fucking campaign.
Yeah.
Or like have it outsourced to the fucking fans.
Yeah. I don't know. I just thought that was a good point to bring up.
Oh, absolutely, it is.
Because I don't think a lot of people have thought of it like that before. Oh, excuse me. You may continue when
No,
ready.
you're fine.
Excuse me. Hope your chat doesn't. Temp, you all right?
Yeah, I just didn't know you were ready to start again.
I did say we're ready. So
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you.
And if it gets 1 million signatures, Ross says he feels pretty good about the chances.
This one, the European Citizens Initiative, I really think, I would bet money that we win it if we can get the signatures. Because, again, everything's kind of aligned for this. And for anyone who's not in the EU, like, USA or Canada, I think if this passed, I think it's incredibly likely you would all get the benefits downstream.
And we'll link that form
I
below.
agree.
There's
Yeah.
also an action in the UK
Pause real
that
quick.
requires 100,000 signatures.
There's already cases where that is actually being true. Apple's a really good example of that, where Apple was forced to do that.
Yep.
If you remember, like, they were forced to change their... What's it called? They were forced to change their fucking... My brain does not want to work right now. They were forced to change their charging cable, and it was the EU that forced them to do that.
Yes, it was.
So it does work. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to bring up. It does work is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Signatures, also linked below for those of you in the UK. And today we're talking with Ross about the current status of Stop Killing Games, what happens next, what happens if the 1 million signatures are achieved, and hopefully they are. It's possible right now. If enough people get involved, it actually can happen. And he also talks about why he thinks this is a potential proving grounds for things like ownership of digitally made content and products and what happens next. And we'll also talk about how you can help the most effectively by speaking with Ross about what those options are. Let's get into it. This GNCA video is brought to you by us and our Honeypot t-shirts for charity. The Honeypot t-shirt features a custom foil design with a smashed, shiny honeypot on the front, with the back featuring a GN logo with a bee flying away. Each shirt also comes with a trading card, ready to be played with its mechanics that grant treasure tokens to an opponent and then immediately take them
that's
back,
funny.
including my own flavor text that I've written at the bottom. We're donating the profit from this shirt order to archive.org for its preservation of media and websites, the Cramden Institute for its e-waste recycling and its PC refurbishing and distribution programs, and the Public Interest Research Group for its support of consumer rights and warranty rights. Head over to store.gamersnexus.net to grab one today. And now we'll get straight to the interview. And remember, the links to those forms below, those are not the typical type of petition that goes nowhere and does nothing. These are actual legal processes in the UK and in the EU, and your signatures can actually help. But let's get to the discussion.
What's kind of the elevator pitch, top level, and then we'll branch into some of the technicals.
Most video games, you pay for them, bring them home, play them, and it's yours, effectively. There's rights issues, but if you bought a game, geez, I think even as far back as the 70s for like Atari or something, if you kept the equipment in good shape, it still works, And even online multiplayer, especially like around 90s, where if you could connect to an IP address or IPX or something, if you didn't change things, they can still work. And obviously most people did change things, but there's all sorts of support for that from the community. But so the industry has been kind of normalizing where you buy the game the same way as previous ones, you keep it, and then just at an undisclosed time period, they turn the server off, and because you have to connect to the publisher, the game's bricked. You can never run it again. And they keep your money, though. So it's not like a service where, well, a few games are, like World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV, where they tell you exactly when your access ends. You pay for a month or pay for 6 months. Okay, and that's kind of, I want to say until about 2004, pretty much every single video game made was one of those two categories. Either you're told how long it lasts, or you get to keep it and run it indefinitely. And this practice where they take away the ownership, or effective ownership, I guess, it's driven me up the wall because that's led to more games effectively destroyed that you can never run again than any other practice. I mean, there's all sorts of obscure, games for, Commodore, or mentioned Atari, that we've managed to preserve them one way or another. But meanwhile, there's this black hole of games starting from, the mid 2000s up until now. And it's only getting worse. And the thing about this is, unfortunately, in the U.S., this is pretty locked down legally.
Sorry, what?
I said he brings up a good point, and that is that games of like the 2010s to 2020s, those are getting kind of hard to preserve because
they are
when they are online, you just can't really do much.
Cool.
No, absolutely.
I don't know.
Yeah, and there's some. You know what? It's one that really pissed me the fuck off a lot. I really want to play the fucking Transformers Cybertron games. You can't fucking play them.
No, you can't.
Because after Activision lost the
gone.
Transformers license, they decided to be a bunch of petty little bitches. Now you can't play the Cybertron games. Not only that, good luck trying to find a fucking copy of it that works.
You can't. Devastation, Fall of Cybertron, War for Cybertron
was fucking amazing.
The Deadpool game.
Oh yeah, that's another one. Marvel Ultimate Alliance. You can't even fucking 1 and 2, even though 2 was shit compared to 1. But like, you can't even play those.
Yeah.
And those are great fucking games.
Yeah.
All very good games, but now you can't play them anymore.
And then, do we even need to mention Nintendo?
Oh.
Well, Nintendo games historically are not really online things, so.
Well, no, but Nintendo is very anti-preservation. And very
anti-preservation and anti-consumer.
Yeah. Like the whole, we refuse to release our games until it's the right time. Hoards their 30-year-old games for the right moment.
They are the Disney of video games, and not in a good way.
No.
Not that Disney was ever really good.
No, yeah, they never really were good. Anyway, that's all I really wanted to bring up. Is it was kind of hard to preserve the games of the 2010s.
Oh yeah, it absolutely.
Nobody really cares.
All right, we good?
Yeah, go ahead.
But in many other countries, especially the EU and Australia, this was never really tested legally. Companies just did it, and nobody really stopped them. And the laws were never really written for this kind of situation.
I think because it's about video games, it's easier for people to be dismissive of some of the concerns, especially if they're not really attached to games the same way. And I think the best kind of way I have to reframe why it's important is this is kind of an extension of you'll own nothing, and you'll be happy.
I think it's the front lines.
Yeah.
Like you mentioned, a lot of, lawmakers or important people in general, you're right. They don't really, usually the only time video games come up are either whether
violence.
Targeting stuff to children that they're worried about, or gambling, where it might be running. That's pretty much it. So, I mean, I can understand that this does get passed over, but no, that is a theory I've heard, that this could be kind of testing grounds to see what people will tolerate. I think the best real-world example of what's happening in video games would be printers, where,
oh, gosh.
you bought a printer, it works, but because the driver...
Don't fucking remind me about printers.
Temp, how often do you have to deal with printers?
At least once a week. I fucking hate printers.
All I'm gonna say is thank God for 3D printers, because greedy ass companies like fucking Games Workshop and Lego are finally eating shit now.
Is Lego like getting? I have not really had
Oh,
Lego
people
for a
are
long
3D
time.
printing Lego, and Lego is getting really fucking angry about it. It's like, well, then Lego, stop fucking uppricing your fucking products.
Yeah, there comes a point.
Here's my question about Lego: is it actually getting more expensive to do? Because I've heard that
Yes.
they're like, oh,
Yes.
it's more expensive to. So it is more expensive for them to have their product.
Yes.
Fucking Lego now is
No, I'm
like,
talking about them to produce it, not to
Oh.
own it.
oh,
That I don't know.
Okay. So maybe it's just more expensive for them to produce it. But then again, 3D printing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We need the MatPat coalition. I'd be down for it. I just don't know what he would do.
well, I
I'm
know he's
very-
currently lobbying for online creators for policies that'll benefit online creators more.
I hope so. I'll vote for him.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, it's funny. He started out as a struggling theater actor who worked at a grocery store, and now look at him.
Then he became a FNAF person. We all hated him. And now he might actually pass laws that help me.
I was actually debating buying FNAF if it was on sale during this Steam sale,
I'm good, thanks.
but it's not on sale. So no.
Oh, no, I heard the recent one was pretty
Well,
good.
I mean,
It
like-
looked good.
The original.
Oh.
Like the old
Oh, man.
games.
The old one. They aged all right, I guess.
I'd say they
I
aged
mean,
pretty well.
Continue.
They looked
Okay.
like old 90s games.
Which
Yeah,
is
you might
not
want to
a...
put it on 1.25 speed, by the way.
Back
Okay.
in the day of like pre-rendered shit. Which isn't a bad thing. I mean,
No, I agree. All right.
To connect to the server doesn't work. Okay, now it's bricked and doesn't work, even though it's
DRM for printers.
Yeah, exactly. There's several cases of that. You know, I think printers are the closest real-world object equivalent of what's going on.
I guess if you could briefly describe what point are you at in the process for Stop Killing Games, because this is an initiative where you're actually trying to go through the legal system to get something done.
Oh yeah, we've done a lot of stuff where, because I tried to attack on all cylinders on this. So we did this in two basic ways. One was there was a perfect test case for this, a game called The Crew by Ubisoft, where they shut it down and it just checked off every box for this being a good case for consumer agencies to look at. And we managed to get complaints on that filed in France, Germany, and Australia. We're still waiting on a decision, which is probably a good sign, because if we had no rights on this, then they could tell us that pretty quickly. We have lots of things underway with government or that we've exhausted. The other big way that we've been doing this is trying to propose law to governments on this through government petitions, or the big one now is the European Citizens Initiative. That's kind of the crown jewel of all this, where if we can get enough signatures on that, I think we end this. Now, the two ones we have active right now are European Citizens Initiative, which are open to anyone in the EU, or from any citizen of an EU country. It doesn't matter where you live, but you have to be a citizen. And the UK. Our odds are worse in the UK, but it is an option that they do have a process to bring it before Parliament.
And so these two things, so these are forms that people can sign. The EU Citizens Initiative is an actual EU process, like it's an actual legal process, and requires 1 million signatures with some sub-requirements, so there needs to be a certain amount in different given countries. Currently, you're up at around 542,000 of the 1 million or so required. When you made your video, and I guess if you captured the footage a little before that, maybe within the last week or so, your screen capture had it at 453,000, so nearing another 100,000. I guess, first of all, for anyone in the audience who you care about this issue, just pause right now, and I'll have the links in the description if you're in the UK. There's a separate link if you're in the EU. That's the one it sounds like the kind of big focus is on the Citizens Initiative. But yeah, I was looking into it, and there's sort of Wikipedia lists 6 cases that have kind of gone through this process. There's some really serious things on this. Right to water, which I think the name's pretty self-explanatory.
Thankfully, I don't think we're beating that. That would
be
that's
a
not
different
our goal.
concern.
I hope not. I hope not.
That would be a different concern. How did you find out about this process? Because
Hold
I don't
on.
think this was your
Pause.
first avenue.
They're actually trying to legislate a right to water in the EU.
I have no idea.
I know the EU has lobbied for some really weird shit. One of the weirdest things they lobbied for was actually there was like a regulation on how curved bananas are.
Seriously?
dead fucking serious. Yes, they regulated banana curvature. And
You're
how
making
long
that sound
wicks
way
of
worse than it
candles are.
actually is, man. I'm sorry.
They lobby for some really stupid shit. In response to Brexit, as a fuck you, I guess somehow, I don't know how, but like when Brexit went through, they decided, oh, we're just gonna regulate to put on the water bottles to say water does not hydrate you.
Which is
So
bullshit.
yeah, packaging people like different bottled water companies were legally required to put on the packaging water does not hydrate you. Just to prove a fucking point somehow. I guess the point is, you could tell people that the sky isn't blue, I guess.
To be fair, there's a lot of people that don't believe that because they're told it's not blue. It's the same as the flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, flat earthers definitely fucking starting with people.
Yeah.
I don't like Stefan Molyneux all that much, but I did really like that one fucking video where he had a flat earther on, and then Stefan, after giving him all these examples of the earth not being flat, and this dude trying to find an excuse for every single one, he goes, what makes you think you're so qualified about saying the earth is flat? And he goes, oh, well, I'm not a scientist, I just work at a warehouse.
That's funny.
I work at a Lowe's.
To be fair, if you've ever been on a plane, you know it's not a flat earth.
He goes, oh, well, that's only because they manufacture the windows to be curved.
Ugh.
How long is this interview, by the way? Because it's 20 minutes till I kind of need to go to bed.
Okay.
Same here, because I got work at like 8 in the morning.
We'll go as long as we can, and then we'll probably be done. I want to thank, by the way, everybody that came by today and everybody that decided to hang around.
Yes, thank you, chat.
Yeah, thank you.
You got to see me die for the first time to a worm. Oh, that was awesome. Totally my fault, by the way.
I missed it? Damn it.
Yes, you did miss it. Thank you for
The sky is blue is a lie spread by the liberal agenda.
Okay, that just bad.
And yet, you know how probably accurate that is?
So bad, man. All right, we'll continue as long as we
Okay.
Right? This has been going for a while now.
It was a long, winding road of researching options. We lost an entire month basically chasing down dead ends for this, where we would call agencies or volunteers would in those countries, and then we would just, from the same agency, we would get different answers. Some would say, well, no, you signed the license agreement, they can do whatever they want. Others saying, well, no, I think that means they have to run it indefinitely. And one in Germany said there is no clear legal regulation on this. There's the ECC, the Consumer Network,
Yeah.
but it's all a blur in my head how many pages I looked at trying to. It's like doing a 400 level college research paper project or something like that. This is basically a mechanism for the citizenry to tell government, hey, we have a problem, please address this. And there's a lot of requirements to get it launched. Like you can't just put anything like everybody should have flying cars or something. That would get thrown out. And you have to include directives that show they have the authority to act on this. So you can't just say, ban UK's football team that we don't like or something. You can't even get it open for signing without passing several checks, essentially.
Okay.
And if we get the signatures, then it goes to the EU Commission, and then it essentially becomes kind of a fact-finding evaluation. I wouldn't say like a court case, but they're going to try and get information from all sides on this. So they'll hear from the industry, they'll hear from developers, hear from customers, that sort of thing. And then everybody would be able to kind of say their piece, and then the EU Commission would decide, okay, what's reasonable or not. And the reason I'm so optimistic is because of that kind of hole in the law I mentioned earlier, where there just aren't clear terms on this already. So if we're coming in just asking for basic consumer rights that are in line with all kinds of other products, I think we would either win or this would just be look really bad for a lot of politicians in like a national, international news level
He
that
is
they
correct,
wouldn't
yeah.
want.
You've somewhat. I don't know if I don't want to attribute the wrong phrase to it, but I feel like you have maybe like a half joke slide about being an easy win, easy political victory for politicians.
Yeah, because from the politician standpoint, okay, politicians like to get things passed, so they can, have a victory lap, but they don't want things that are like really controversial or going to give them a lot of heat, or in trouble with their constituency. So, I mean, if you compare this to like something like immigration policies or maybe something popular, like unpopular, like raising taxes on something, that's not a fun, that's not a fun one for them to engage in if they don't have to, or if they're not sure the numbers. But this, like we said earlier, a lot of government doesn't care about video games in the first place. And really, a lot of their constituency might not either. And this is pro-consumer. So this could be relatively easy for politicians to pass because, I mean, it's not a free win exactly, but the winds are blowing in the right direction for it. That's the way I would put it.
So on the technical side, I guess we can get into that. Your video does a good job of talking about this recently, but I think some of the first line of defense arguments you would have against some kind of video game preservation when there are elements that require server connectivity, the first thing a developer might oppose with that is you could strawman it and say, well, we're not giving away our source code. That's our intellectual property. That's crazy. We're not we close the game. But that's kind of a misconception we could talk about. Another one might be that just on a pure technical level or maybe a financial feasibility level, you could strawman it a different way and say, well, to expect us to re-architect a game because we're suffering financially and we have to shut it down, therefore we have to invest even more money into it to save it. I think those to me seem like the easiest arguments. How do you confront this?
It may not be an intentional straw man. I mean, it's easy to understand where people can get hung up on this. I'd say the very first point I would emphasize is that the initiative is not retroactive. It wouldn't be even if we wanted to. So we're talking about games and practices in the future. I think even if this passed, I think a really fast implementation would probably be 2 years minimum. But it would probably be longer than that. So that's the first thing to acknowledge is let's talk about games in the future first. Right. That's the first framing. The second, like you mentioned, they don't. Well, first, we would not be requiring them to give out source code under any scenario. But let's say something like server binaries or something like that. See, for a lot of games right now, if they were never designed for something like this, it could be they don't have the rights from the company that they're using the middleware from, or have some microservice connected to that. They can't legally give this out even if they wanted to because of existing deals. So for how those games would be handled, I mean, like right now, that would be in the EU Commission's hands, but I'd say the only two options if they just can't rework it or if it's just too costly, they could shut it down before the law went into effect. So, we're talking a couple years down the line. Or it could be that during the compromise process, the EU decides, okay, this is too disruptive to just do all at once like this. We're going to grandfather in everybody who's selling games before this date. Mm-hmm. So in other words, okay, since you were selling your game before 2028 or something, you get a free ride for this game. You will not be subject to these regulations, but any games that start getting sold after that date, that's when it kicks in. And from that point, I would emphasize developers to just start focusing on it, like just from the design phase onward. So, nothing's been written yet. You're just figuring out how you're going to code this. And it could be, a lot of things could have to change depending on the game. It could be that, again, like for middleware or microservices, you might have to renegotiate with those vendors that you used to get things from, just so you have enough rights to allow an end-of-life build.
For the microservices and middleware vendors, any quick examples you can throw out there of not necessarily specific companies, but types of game systems that might use these?
I was thinking with The Crew.
Yeah.
That's a game that also used copyrighted music and name brand car licenses, which they might have said, okay, you can't sell it after this date.
Right.
And now I've never heard of a deal like that.
Did you say something, Occo?
No, I didn't say anything, but he is bringing up a good point where he's just like, we're not even going to demand that this happen. This is another hole in Pirate Software's argument. It's just like, we're not even asking for retroactive usage of this kind of shit. We're just asking that, like, stuff moving forward is, like, respected, basically. That's what I find is so funny, is that, like, Jason is going to continue to say, oh, I don't want to have to do this to any of my previous. I was like, but you're not being asked to. Only new projects will. Only new things are going to require this stuff. And I think that's what's really funny about this. Also, damn it, I lost a lot of iron having to rebuild all my shit. I'm upset. I suffer. I suffer. Well. Oh, well. Anyway, continue.
Stopping the user to continue playing the game after that date. That's the difference. But let's say the deal was only for the client to have that, and there was those car models are in the server code somewhere.
Right.
You know, that deal was never made, so they can't do it. So, but in the future, if you want to make a new car game and you're negotiating with Porsche or something, then they would know that, oh, if they want to sell this game in the EU, which has 450 million people in it, we have to allow, you know, we have to add an extra little clause that, okay, we can release server software that contains the model at end of life, even if we can't sell the game past that point.
Right.
And because it might also come up, it's entirely possible, well, for many of these games, it's maybe probable, that the server for this, there's no way it's going to be able to run on consumer hardware, like, especially for something like an MMO where it's meant to be dealing with thousands of players, that sort of thing. For a scenario like that, they would not have to adapt it to like an x86 machine or, you know, a console or something. But what they would have to do is release some version of the server software. It could be stripped down, like maybe it cuts out stuff like, you know, accounting information on all the accounts and stuff, you know. And then they just disclose to customers, okay, if you want, here's the software, but it's going to require a Graviton 3 processor
Right.
if you want to run this. Good luck figuring it out. You're on your own, you know.
Yeah, go get your own AWS instance or whatever. Yeah.
Exactly. It's the goal here is it doesn't have to be easy. It has to not be impossible. That's
Right.
the
I like that. By your vision of it, do you think that the law would kind of explicitly lay out a few options for developers for how they can keep the games reasonably playable, or is it kind of up to the developer?
It's hard to say. It depends how hands-on the EU wanted to get. I would, if I had to just guess, I would lean towards no, because that's something you mentioned earlier. I think I forgot to get to. One of the reasons we worded the initiative the way we did, we focused on the game being in a playable state. We did not say, okay, you need to include the server binaries, or you need to patch the client to allow, you know, private server functionality, or you need to include source code. Because as soon as you do that, that actually could run up against existing copyright laws, because now you're telling developers they need to release this specific code, and that might have their intellectual property. But by listing the goal, you know, a working game.
Yeah.
He's not. That's another thing that's really interesting is they're not even saying release it in a way that we can run it on a server. They're just saying release it. That's a very important distinction that, again, I feel like Pyro Software is choosing to omit. That is sorry. I just thought that was a fun little tidbit that was worth pointing out there. Anyway,
You are fine.
let's continue for about another 5
You're
or so
fine.
minutes, and then
Okay.
we're gonna be done.
Understood.
Something they would have already sold limited rights to just in the license agreement as it is. That allows us to kind of sidestep that, where, you know, we're not telling them how they do this. They just need to hit that goal any way that they deem fit, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Has there been any developer engagement thus far? You named and thanked a couple developers in your video early on who were positive, but what's that side been like?
Mostly radio silent,
Okay.
to be honest.
Right.
I'd say there are more the ones I've encountered, there are more for it than are against it, but there is, I'd say 20 to 30% sometimes against it, but a whole lot of that comes from them thinking, hey, you know, we coded this game that was never intended. They think we're saying you need to change everything you did about the game and re-architect everything,
Right.
and I think that causes kind of a knee-jerk reaction against it.
Right. And so that's, obviously the intent, as you said, is future looking. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
In
That's
order
good.
to really be against this, you basically would have to take the stance that it's not possible to make a game that's meant to run online only that can have an end-of-life build for the customer. And I think if you frame it that way, I think a lot of developers are going to say that's kind of silly. You know, that's the other thing that kind of works in our favor is there's no, in the absence of legal guidelines, there's no customer standards either besides indefinitely, because the earliest one I know of that did.
That's
Well,
really
okay,
funny.
the shortest game I know of, there might be a couple of shorter, I think was the Culling 2, which lasted 8 days on the market, then it shut down. And then the longest I know of that uses this practice where you just bought it once and then did keep it, but it's online only, is Guild Wars. And that's still going. Guild Wars 1, you know, from 2000. If you bought that in 2005, it still works.
So, Guild Wars 1 is not even supported anymore. Like, it's... Sorry to say it. It is still active with players to this day.
Uh-huh.
and they stopped supporting it well over 10 years ago, maybe even close to 20 years ago now.
It's that old.
Yeah.
Damn, really?
Yeah. Like, hold on. When did Guild... let me open up another tab. Guild Wars 1. Guild Wars 1 came out in 2005.
Okay.
So it is still running to this day, over 20 years now. Not supported, but still maintained. Like the servers are still going.
Hey, Lady Lurk, how are you doing?
Like they didn't stop development until 2007.
And you can still so how does that work? Are you still able to download and play the entire game?
You can actually buy it on Steam now.
Right,
Really?
but you can still play it like
Yeah.
as a single player experience, or
You can play it as a single player experience. It is still online. Like it is still actively being played by other players too. You can see other players in the game.
right.
If anyone was
Is it just a server that they keep online? Period.
exactly.
Must make them enough money, I guess.
I mean, Guild Wars 2. I think Guild Wars 2 is running on the same server, which might explain some problems.
Possible.
But chat, if anyone wanted to know about go play Guild Wars because it's still running, it's actually on sale. It's $15 on Steam right now for everything.
I love how
Guild
you're
Wars
showing
1.
a game that you also kind of don't like.
No,
that much
this
anymore.
I like Guild Wars, and this is I'm showing the original Guild Wars, not 2. 2 is on Steam though.
Okay.
So, yeah. So if you want to go play the original Guild Wars, it's on sale. It's actually
That's really funny.
So I recommend it. I need to go back to it one day. And there's no subscription fee. That's the thing too about Guild Wars. 1 and 2 are both MMOs. Neither of them had a subscription fee. Period.
That's actually pretty cool.
It's just a buy once thing, right?
Buy once, that's it. Maybe you'll buy like expansions, and there is an in-game store where you could put money towards, but that's it.
Mm-hmm. Well, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I was just gonna say I feel like we could end off on that.
I agree.
Say that's pretty good. Say that was pretty good.
You know, I'd say Ross's stance is fairly reasonable. I don't know why, like, Thor is just as hostile as he is about this whole fucking thing.
Again, I feel like there's some weird invested interest that he has in some parts.
And he
this
feels
whole
like
thing.
it's intruding upon those interests.
I have no idea. Quite personally, I don't get it. I really don't. And it gets to the point where you have to wonder if maybe it's, again, either malicious or if it is just, I don't know. Sorry, I'm being chased by another worm, and I just died, so I'd prefer not to die really quickly. Hi, Mr. Worm. I'm gonna hope that you leave me alone now.
Here, I'm gonna link the Guild Wars 1 in my chat if anyone is interested in that.
For sure.
So yeah, chat. That's Dogwave.
That's Dogwave.
Thank you for allowing me to come on.
Of
yes,
course.
Thank you, Razor, for coming on. Very much
Oh,
appreciated.
you're welcome. I'm sorry
Always,
some of my input wasn't the best. Some of these people I don't know too much about.
No, you're fine.
But I will say game preservation is a very important thing, and I think more people need to be aware of this, especially this movement. And I feel like even if Stop Killing Games, if they're not going to make their goal with the EU, I hope this inspires similar movements to pop up and help push this forward.
I think that the EU has the best. Again, the EU has the best chance in order to turn this into something that actually matters. It really makes me want to throw up saying that, but it is literally.
No, I don't blame you. I'm not a fan of the EU. I have never been a fan of the EU, and I know so many people who unfortunately live in Europe that want to get the fuck out of there because of them.
The UK has its own
Blast are his
problems.
coming and goings. Yes, blast are his comings and goings.
So yeah, chat. Razor, what are you doing this week?
Well, I know for sure this Thursday we're doing the next episode of Me and Shiro's Talk Show Schizo Sessions. We're going to have Mousy Wenharo on. She is a variety streamer, VTuber.
Fun.
So that'll be interesting. And then I believe it's been a weird week this week, scheduling wise. I think either tomorrow or Wednesday I'll be doing more Star Wars The Old Republic with my friend Zoe. We've been doing a Sith playthrough. We started 2 new characters at the same time. So stay tuned for that. I usually pick the most like funny dark side options in the game. Like right now, my character has a companion that's a slave who has a shock collar, and she kind of like acts as like the Sith player's like good conscience. Anytime she tries to go, "Are you sure you don't want to do that?" I just say, "Shut the fuck up, bitch," and just shock her. It's great. Her fucking reactions are so comical. Yeah.
What game is this? I know it's a Star Wars game.
Oh, Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's a continuation of KOTOR 1.
Right.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Makes me mad the ferret clown is trying to negatively impact our ownership rights. It makes it really does make you wonder. It does make you wonder. Anyway.
Temp, if it sweetens the deal for you, if you play the Jedi Knight class in that game, the male character that you pick is voiced by David Hayter, who played Solid Snake.
Fair. I tried playing Old Republic once. It felt too monetized for me.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, you gotta pay to take your helmet off. Bite me.
Yeah, that's a bit dumb.
So, Akko, what are you doing this week?
This week we have obviously Dogwave on Sunday. We have Hump Day on Wednesday. We have a very special Under the Tea on Thursday. Don't want to miss it.
You will need to inform me off stream.
For sure. And then after that, let's see, it's the new month. Yeah, it's the new month. So,
we're in July!
I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow or Tuesday. 4th of July as well, by the way, this week.
Yeah, 4th of July is Friday.
Yep. By the way, chat, really quickly, we are at the very end of the stream, but if 5 of you could like the stream so we could get over 100, I appreciate it. I do have a couple super chats that I wanted to play really quickly. And then I'm going to end off here with a clip talking about my thoughts about Pirate Software. So all 3 of these super chats are from Mercenary. Thank you very much. Mercenary for 1 says the long drag was for the rip that pirate got. Fair enough. Mercenary again says you can't have a hollow earth if it is a flat earth. Fair enough. And then Mercenary again says I don't trust the EU not to screw this up somehow. Well, I am just hoping that they don't. So, chat, here's why.
I asked both of you. I don't get to tell my week. Akko's just trying to leave.
Get to tell your week. No, you don't get to tell your week.
Wednesday we got Repo. Friday's Final Fantasy 6. For Saturday, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what Saturday is gonna be yet. I will find out tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we might be doing Baldur's Gate 3 on Saturday as well. I need to talk to Cat and Mouse about that.
Fun.
And then Dogwave on Sunday.
Awesome. Well,
and chat.
Here. Go ahead.
I again really appreciate it. We're trying to hit 500 subs on YouTube. We're getting really close. So the sooner we get there, the sooner you get to hear me be a little bitch and scream about horror. Otherwise, chat, I will see you on Wednesday, Akko.
Now you're free. We'll be back. And chat, letting you know, this is what I'm ending you off on. Chat, this is what I think about pirate software. On chat, this is what I think about pirate software.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Good night, everybody. You have a fantastic
Chat, you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you on Wednesday.